Chapter 1, God Level 10,000 Realms Sign-In System, Secretly Persuade to Leave. Ding! Found the host, God Level 10,000 Realms signed into the system binding. Yang was confused and heard a cold mechanical sound. The system binds successfully. Host, Yang. Identity, Student. Strength, Second Level Fighters. Ding! The sign-in task is issued. Please go to the drill site of Huiangxing Guang Middle School for the first sign-in for 10 minutes, and you will receive a newcomer gift package. Fug! Suddenly, Yang bounced off the ground. He looked at the strange environment around him with a dazed and surprised expression. Abandoned buildings, broken furniture, very shabby. One word, poor. Where is this? How could I appear here? Am I dreaming? A series of questions appeared in Yang's mind. He didn't know what was going on now. At the same time, an unfamiliar memory merged into Yang's brain like an overlord's hard bow. After a long time, it stopped. He quickly digested the unfamiliar memory, and his face was full of shock. I have crossed? It is still the Earth 5,000 years later, the spiritual pet cultivation era of the revival of spiritual energy. Yang looked incredible. Never thought that such a bizarre thing would happen to me. According to memory, Yang is now on the Earth 5,000 years later. Rejuvenation of spiritual energy, the era when humans carry spiritual pets to practice and battle escalation. In short, his soul has penetrated into the future world. In this world, technology is not the only theme. Practicing martial arts, refining qi, and cultivating spiritual pets is the kingly way. Therefore, a brand new profession that is admired by thousands of people and pursued by countless people has emerged. War Spiritist. As the name implies, a career to fight, struggle, live, and become stronger with a pet. As long as you become a war spiritist and keep improving, you can reach the pinnacle of life. This is everyone's dream since childhood. OZW.com. However, the reality is cruel. Not everyone can become a war spiritist. Because, the prerequisite for becoming a war spiritist is to be able to absorb the aura of the earth into the body and cultivate to become a warrior. Second, you must have at least one spiritual pet that belongs to you, that is, your battle pet. If any one of them is not reached, they will have no chance with the war spirit master. Just like Yang at this moment. The second level fighters did not have his own spiritual pet. At 16 years old, he has not yet reached the threshold of a war spiritist. There is no way, the birth is low, the family is too poor, the spiritual pets are so expensive that they can't afford it. But this is not the worst. Just yesterday, Yang was secretly persuaded to quit by the school because of his poor martial arts grades and hid him from school. Not only that, before leaving school, he was robbed of all his money by school bullies. Now even the basic life is not guaranteed. Don't mention becoming a war spiritist. Therefore, distraught, committed suicide and broke into the house. Yang was able to pass through. I rely on this tragic start on horseback. After understanding his current situation, Yang couldn't help but explode again. Others are rich and powerful, and their status is lofty. No matter how bad it is, that is also a fallen genius. Where is the innate talent? And he? One wears it is a poor ghost, or a waste material. The key is also secretly persuaded by the school. Yang endured all these. Tama didn't have a penny all over his body, and there was nothing to eat in the house, which was too much. What is not miserable? Yang couldn't bear it, so it's your lung. Fortunately, he also has a God level 10,000 realm sign-in system. As long as you sign in, you can get anything in the world. Lao Tzu's, a tragic start at the very low end, let's see how I step up to the pinnacle of life. Yang said angrily. He immediately opened the door and left the room, and went straight to the training ground of Starlight Middle School to sign in. He took the big gift bag before talking. Chapter 2, Sign-in Spree. According to memory, Yang came to the high school where he was still studying yesterday. Huayang Starlight Middle School. At this time, it was the lunch break, and he went in very easily. Yang walked all the way to the drill site and said, "Sign in." Ding, sign in countdown, 10 minutes. As the sound of the system sounded, Yang's sign-in task began. He waited expectantly, the so-called newcomer spree. At the same time, I looked around the training ground and looked at many students, all with their own spirit pets, playing and practicing PK combat. It is completely different from the world he once lived. Yang still felt a little unbelievable, he had actually traveled to the Earth 5,000 years later. There are almost no records about this era 5,000 years ago. History starts from the era of disasters and great changes. When the spiritual energy is revived, the practice is derived here. The stories during the period are endless. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Ding! Congratulations to host Yang for signing in successfully and getting the newcomer gift package. Do you want to open it now? Yes. Hearing the voice of the system, Yang was overjoyed. He did not hesitate at all, and directly opened the newcomer gift package. Ding! Congratulations to host Yang, for obtaining a God-level spirit pet Pikachu. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yang for obtaining the God-level contract spell and the God-level summoning spell. Ding! Congratulations to host Yang for obtaining a guidebook for the cultivation of pets. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yang, for gaining 10 years of spiritual energy cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to host Yang, for gaining space. Each item made Yang ecstatic. He immediately felt that the spiritual energy in his body was soaring crazily. Reiki's 10-year cultivation base, do your best. Fighter Level 3. OZW.com Fighter Level 4. Fighter Level 5. Yang's heart was unspeakably happy and excited. This gift package is simply too cool and exciting. But in an instant, his spiritual energy cultivation base directly broke through the Battle Division. Battle Division Level. Battle Division Level 2. Battle Division Level 3. It wasn't until the third level of the Battle Division that his strength stopped soaring. But what made Yang more happy was the God-level pet Pikachu. As a human being 5,000 years ago, how could he not know the god of skin? That was his childhood. He wanted to have a Pikachu when he was a child. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be true. It would be great if my pets were my favorite Pokemon and Digimon in the anime. Yang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Fancying that creatures in the world such as Pokemon and Digimon become their own spiritual pets, it is simply beautiful. If there is a monkey, it will be even more hanging. Isn't this Yang, the only rural student in our school? Look, what's the difference between this chic dress and the beggar on the street? Just when Yang was happy, a man with a bright dress and shiny hair, followed by a few small attendants, came to Yang. The man looked at Yang mockingly, and said with a smile, "Is it enviable to see that others have their own spiritual pets? Unfortunately, envy is useless. You can't afford to be a poor man. Who made your parents a peasant?" Yang was immediately unhappy when he heard this. He stared at the man in front of him, feeling a bit familiar, and there was a memory of him in his head. Li Tao, a student in a different class of his grade. People in the city, with some money at home, their parents bought a few sweets in Huayang City, and the whole school knew about it. I usually like to bully the classmates in the school who are inferior to myself to find a sense of superiority. Yang has been humiliated in public more than once. Chapter 3, I Give You a Chance. What happened to the farmer? Farmer, did I eat your rice? Yang looked at Li Tao and exclaimed uncomfortably, "Go up 3 generations, who is not a farmer? Don't think that you have a few bad money at home. It's great for your parents to buy a few apartments in the city. There are so many people in this school who are richer than yours. But there are not a few people who are better than your Shabai. Buying a house has to show off to everyone in the school. Hearing Ye Yang's words, Li Tao was suddenly startled and looked at Ye Yang in astonishment. He obviously didn't expect that Ye Yang, the second-level fighter waste, would not even dare to say anything. Today, I dared to talk to him like this, hurting his self-esteem. Poor, do you dare to talk to me like this? Are you tired of living? Li Tao roared angrily, come on, teach me this martial arts waste, let him remember. Several attendants beside him immediately rubbed their fists and walked towards Ye Yang playfully. Ye Yang, get ready to be beaten, who will let you live and die? We won't be cruel, at best we can your stinky mouth. Ye Yang smiled disdainfully, just you. Why? Can the liberal arts champion use force? You should go to a theoretical battle. Several people squeezed their fists at the same time and smashed them at Ye Yang. Ye Yang's face was calm, without panic. When they ran near, they moved out like lightning. Boom bang bang. Suddenly, a muffled sound came out. What? Several of Li Tao's attendants screamed, fell to the ground altogether and fainted. You! Li Tao was shocked suddenly, shocked by Ye Yang's sturdy skill. His followers are all 4 and 5 level fighters, and Ye Yang fighter's second level, he defeated his followers in an instant? What am I? Don't you want me to remember? Come on, I'll give you a chance. Ye Yang hooked his finger at Li Tao and smiled contemptuously. At the same time, the sound of fighting and screams just now attracted the attention of the students around the Xinguang Middle School drill field. They turned their gazes one after another, and they saw several people lying on the ground, as well as Li Tao and Ye Yang who were opposing each other. Isn't that Li Tao, who bought a few apartments in his family, and Ye Yang who was born in the countryside? Li Tao is going to bully Ye Yang again. Oh, poor liberal arts champion. I met Li Tao, a vanity brother who loves to show off and suppress the weak. I was bullied just 5 times a year, and I dropped out of school. Yeah, it's simply suffering, it's better to drop out of school. Everyone recognized the 2 famous figures in the school, Li Tao and Ye Yang, and sighed for Ye Yang. But soon they discovered that this time was a bit different. No, Ye Yang today seems to be different from usual. A few of Li Tao's little servants have been down, what's the situation? Cao, did Ye Yang dry it? When did this soft persimmon become so hard? OZW.com. Everyone gradually gathered around, wondering what happened. I saw Li Tao's raging anger, forming an ordinary summoning technique with both hands, and looking at Ye Yang fiercely. Hill, today I asked you to lie down and leave school. Summon, spirit pet, black scale snake. Wow! As soon as Li Tao's voice fell, a rune burst out in front of him. In an instant, a black-scaled snake about 3 or 4 meters long appeared in front of everyone. Wow! Where the 6th level bloodline spirit pet, the black-scaled snake, is this length 5th level of the growth body, right? Stain, I'm immortal and crippled by this spirit pet. Everyone looked at each other and felt a little afraid of Li Tao's fierce pet black-scaled snake. Spirit pets are one of the focuses of this era. It is divided into 10 attributes. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. 2 types, auxiliary and combat. 3 levels of blood. 10 physique levels. Each major bloodline is divided into 10 minor levels. Each physique is also divided into 10 levels. Van level bloodlines are the bottom of the 3 major bloodlines. On top of it, there are the blood of the first and the acquired spirit level, 1 to 10. First and second level, 1 to 10, bloodlines. The bloodline of the pet can be improved, and the bloodline is like potential. The stronger the bloodline, the higher the growth peak, which is divided by 10 physiques. Juvenile, growing, mature. Li Tao's black scale snake has a 6th level bloodline and a 5th level growth body. In the Starlight Middle School, it is already a relatively strong spiritual pet. Coupled with its ferocity, it makes many people even more afraid. Ya Yang, if you kneel down and beg me for mercy now, you might still have time. Li Tao summoned the black scale snake, looked at Ya Yang, and said coldly. In his opinion, even if Ya Yang could fight again, without a pet, he would still be disabled. The people around obviously think so too. Some kind people began to persuade Ya Yang. Ya Yang, you just apologize. This black-scaled snake is not a joke. If you bite you, you will never die or give up. Yet, a man can bend and stretch. First admit a mistake. You have no spiritual favor, and you can't beat Li Tao. Li Tao is now a 7th level cultivator. Ah! Hearing the words around him, Ya Yang smiled disdainfully, who said I don't have spiritual pets. Everyone was taken aback and looked at Ya Yang in surprise. Do you have a spiritual pet? Don't pretend, don't we know what the conditions of your family are? How can it be possible to afford a spiritual pet? That is, even if you don't buy it. I want to go to the wild to forcefully capture wild spirit pets for a contract. But you are only a 2nd level combatant, what can you catch? Chapter 4, Go, Pikachu. No one believes that Ya Yang has spiritual pets. Because all Starlight Middle School knows what kind of family Ya Yang is from. How could he afford such expensive creatures as spirit pets? Any ordinary pet, that is also a price of tens of thousands of yuan. For Ya Yang, who was born in the countryside and had a poor family, this is undoubtedly a sky-high price. But Ya Yang didn't care. He is not the one before, he comes from 5,000 years ago. Traverser. How can it be ordinary? God-level summoning technique. Ya Yang ignored the surrounding voices and formed an extremely cumbersome summoning technique seal with both hands. Wow! In an instant, tens of meters around, the formation connected by runes, was completely covered. The dazzling light radiated out. The surrounding crowd regressed. This formation is not an ordinary summoning technique. Is this guy Ya Yang really a pamper? Everyone looked shocked at the summoning formation that was several times larger than the normal summoning technique, and their hearts were turbulent. God-level summoning, is it comparable to ordinary summoning? Li Tao was sweating profusely at the moment, and with this summoning formation, he had already lost. Since ancient times, it has been stipulated that the stronger the spiritual pet, the greater the summoning formation it brings. Ya Yang's summoning formation was incomparable to many instructors. After a while, the light faded. Everyone looked at the center of the summoning array together, with a dumbfounded look. What is this stuff? Summon such a small thing from such a big battle. They looked at the petite, cute pet in front of them, and instantly doubted life. I want to break my head, but I don't know what is this creature with yellow color, big eyes, lightning tail, long ears, and blushing face? Pikachu. In the training field, Ya Yang used God-level summoning technique to summon his own spirit pet, Pikachu of the world. Adorable everyone. OZW.com. Although Ya Yang didn't understand the relationship between this Pokemon and the spirit pets of this world, but since the system said it was a God-level spirit pet, it was a spirit pet. Next. The knot in Ya Yang's hand changed again. God-level contract technique. Wow! With another burst of strong light, Ya Yang and Pikachu concluded a spiritual pet contract, and did not receive the slightest resistance. Ding! Congratulations to the host's contracted spirit pet Pikachu for success. Bloodline, God Level 1 Bloodline Spirit Pet. Level, Growth Body. Attribute, Thunder Attribute. Type, Combat Type. Stunning, 100,000 volts. In an instant, Ya Yang felt that he was connected with Pikachu's power, his mind was connected, and he also blessed the lightning attribute. Pikachu, come here. Ye Yang called out. Pick up, pick up. Pikachu immediately ran to Ye Yang obediently and climbed onto Ye Yang's shoulders. That cute look makes countless girls around him crazy. Even boys can't stand it anymore. However, it seems that there is little combat effectiveness. Oh, you are forced to engage in such a big battle. I think you are the spirit pet of some kind of pen. Just such a yellow mouse, dare to challenge me? It is not enough to stuff my teeth with a black scale snake. Li Tao looked at Ye Yang's spirit pet, smiled sarcastically, and shouted, Black scale snake, come on, give me that little mouse. Hiss. The black scale snake spit out the snake letter, and immediately rushed towards Ye Yang and Pikachu. Little mouse? Are you sure? Ye Yang smiled contemptuously and shouted, Pikachu, come on, let him see your strength, 100,000 volts. Pikachu immediately jumped off Ye Yang's shoulder. Pika Pikachu. Zzzz. A strong electric current was released from Pikachu. In an instant, the black-scaled snake rushing with its fangs was energized and smoked, paralyzed on the ground, and there was no movement. Chapter 5, shocked the audience. Hiss. When she, everyone in the audience took a breath. They didn't expect that Pikachu, who seemed harmless to humans and animals, could be so powerful. A wave of current stunts easily solved Li Tao's black scale snake. This made everyone feel very surprised. Good job! Ye Yang praised Pikachu, and Pikachu climbed onto Ye Yang's shoulder again. At this time, everyone recovered from a brief shock. Looking at the god-level spirit pet Pikachu on Ye Yang's shoulders with unanimous eyes, he curiously asked, Ye Yang, what kind of spirit pet are you? Where did you get it? Can you tell us? Good and amazing, great, Brother Yang, please tell me how to get it. A group of people immediately surrounded Ye Yang, looking at Pikachu with fiery eyes, wishing to hug him away. Ye Yang was speechless. These guys really changed their faces faster than flipping a book. Did you look down on yourself just now? His attitude changed in a blink of an eye. Hey! Black-scaled snake, black-scaled snake. Just when Ye Yang was thinking about how to fool everyone, Li Tao's voice came over again. Ye Yang, you dare to kill my black-scaled snake, Laozi fights with you. Boom! Li Tao found that his black-scaled snake had been electrocuted to death, and his anger surged like a volcano. He kicked on the ground, and the aura of the fighter's 7th level spread out from his body. Immediately afterwards, Li Tao dashed towards Ye Yang like a raging bull. The crowd dispersed in fright, afraid to touch Li Tao who had gone away. Fight? What do you do with me? Ye Yang looked at Li Tao who rushed violently, and smiled contemptuously. In the next second, the aura in his body circulated, surging out. Boom! OZW.com. The strength of the battle division level shook the audience. War Master. Fuck. Ye Yang turned out to be a War Master. This guy has been hiding his strength, low-key boss. The people around looked at the aura intensity displayed by Ye Yang, and they were shocked. A War Master is a whole large stage of existence higher than a War Apprentice. Among high school students, those who can become War Masters are undoubtedly the very talented existence. Not only that, if you reach the rank of a War Master, you can contract a second spirit pet, and your strength will be even higher. At this moment, they understood. It turned out that Ye Yang was the real genius. Boom! Immediately, a dull sound came into everyone's ears. An angry Li Tao was kicked to the ground by Ye Yang under the eyes of all eyes. He spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Puff! Hiss! Everyone took a breath again, looked at the miserable Li Tao sympathetically, and shook their heads. When he looked at Ye Yang again, he was already impressed. Ye Yang, are you hiding deep enough, too low-key? Brother Yang, take me, I'll mess with you in the future. Ye Da. After countless people witnessed the whole process with their own eyes, their attitude towards Ye Yang has undergone a 360-degree change, and they have begun to do everything to favor Ye Yang. But Ye Yang ignored it and turned and left the training ground. Prepare to find the bully who is robbing his own money. It's just that, beside him, many people have been following, asking him how Pikachu got it. Ye Yang smiled and said nothing about this. Can I tell you that the system gave it to me? Chapter 6, Domineering Ye Yang. Starlight Middle School, on the campus road. Ye Yang walked towards the third-grade classroom of high school that he had studied today. Along the way, he attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone was surprised that Ye Yang had a spiritual favor. At the same time, I like Ye Yang's Pikachu very much. Soon, he came to his classroom. According to the memory of the original owner, there were several gangsters who robbed him of money in the school. One of them is Wuju, who is in the same class as him. I'm going, Ye Yang, when did you get such a cute spirit pet? Good kawi, what kind of attribute? As soon as Ye Yang walked into the classroom, he was surprised. The classmates all cast their eyes on Ye Yang's Pikachu, full of curiosity. Ye Yang ignored these people, stood on the desk, glanced around in the classroom, and finally fixed on a man who looked at himself rather unhappy. This person is one of the few people who snatched Ye Yang's money, Wuju. You, go call all your friends, I want to beat you up. Ye Yang looked at Wuju and said coldly. Wow! The whole class was in an uproar, looking at Ye Yang in surprise, filled with shock. What is Ye Yang doing? Is he going to die? Is this guy not taking medicine today? He dared to openly challenge Wuju, so stupid. The sun has come out from the west. The soft persimmons have turned into steel plates. Everyone can't believe it, is this really Ye Yang? Only Wuju smiled and looked at Ye Yang and said, trash things, haven't you been beaten enough before? With that, Wuju walked in front of Ye Yang step by step. Beat us? Are you capable of that? Are you capable of that? OZW.com. Wuju gently slapped his face with his hands, and said sarcastically, come on, pumping here, pumping hard, you're welcome, I can't pump loud I'm today. Snapped. Before Wuju could finish speaking, Ye Yang slapped Wuju's face with a slap, which was crisp and clear. What? Wuju screamed on the spot, and the whole person flew out of the classroom of Class 3 of Grade 3 and fell into the corridor. Fuck! Everyone in the class was shocked and stood up directly from their chairs. Why didn't he expect that Ye Yang, who is usually weak and bullied by others, is so tough today? If this were changed to normal, Ye Yang would have been beaten long ago. But the current situation is that Ye Yang slapped Wuju, the most dignified super brother in the class, with a slap in the face. Does anyone understand? Ye Yang walked out of the classroom, stepped on Wuju's hand, who was lying on the ground, vomiting blood and looking for his front teeth, slowly exerting force. What? Wuju immediately let out a cry of pain, and his face changed drastically. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't understand human words, you will abandon your hand. Ye Yang said coldly. I'll call someone right away. Wuju said in pain, as if begging for mercy. Then, Ye Yang let Wuju go to call someone, about to be in a remote part of the college, the grass dam in the forest on the back campus. The others were stunned. Never seen Ye Yang like this. Even many classes in the neighborhood looked unbelievable after figuring out things. Ye Yang, the school's martial arts waste, suddenly turned over? Moreover, it was crazy. If someone beats someone again, they just leave a few ruthless words. Ye Yang was not like that. If you beat someone, you will be sent to ask someone to continue to do it. So overbearing, who else? Chapter 7, Make an appointment. Pick up. Pikachu jumped and cheered on Ye Yang's back, and instantly turned a group of girls. Then Yang walked towards the grass dam in the forest on the back campus. All the students in the third class of high school followed behind. The classes next door have also gone together. Along the way, countless people are curious, and more people follow. When he got downstairs, Yang was already following hundreds of people. What's the situation? Is this a gang fight? Isn't that Yang? I'm going to bring so many people to beat who? I heard that Tang Bao and his group robbed Yang of all the living expenses for a month. It looks like they went to Tang Bao to settle the account. Stain. Tang Leopard is not easy to provoke. Do these people really dare to do it? They are all third-party members who immediately attacked the college entrance examination. But just pretend to be a big trouble. The school will punish you. On campus, many students looked at Yang's group and were shocked by the battle. However, in this era where practice is the mainstay, campus exchanges take place every day, plus it is the third party. Everyone has guessed the result. However, still curiously followed up to watch, more and more people. At this time, in Gaowu, Wuju summoned Tang Bao and several people, waiting to beat Yang. A total of 7 or 8 people are the second brothers of the school. Brother Leopard, you must avenge me. Yang, this kid is going to shake the sky today, so he dared to beat me. Wuju covered his mouth with 4 front teeth missing, and said to the burly Tang Leopard. Don't worry, if he dares to come later, we will never let him go this time. Tang Bao said fiercely. In this school, it was the first time anyone dared to fight him. The point is still rubbish, it makes people angry. Brother Leopard, Yang is here. OZW.com. Suddenly, a man shouted. I went and brought nearly 1,000 people. Then, another man said in horror. What the hell? Tang Bao was shocked immediately and looked in the direction of Yang. He saw Yang striding forward with a large group of people behind him, and his expression suddenly changed. Brother Leopard, are you still fighting? A man whose feet were already trembling because of fright, asked nervously. Tang Bao frowned at the moment and his face was very ugly. He didn't expect Yang to call so many people over. Take a Harry, didn't you see that many of them? Go ahead and clean him up another day. With that, Tang Bao turned around and was the first to leave, still cursing. Wuju, grandson of Tortoise, actually lied to us that Yang is only one person. Wuju's face was dumbfounded, it is indeed a person. Then he didn't understand what was going on. Follow to run. At this moment, Yang's figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Are you trying to run? Tang Bao was taken aback by Yang. Yang, there is something for us to call people, what is your ability to bring so many people? Tang Bao looked at Yang and said loudly. Should I take someone? Yang smiled, and instantly understood why Tang Bao these arrogant guys had run away. Feelings treat the people watching the excitement as their own helpers. They just came to see me to beat you up, not the one I called. Yang curled his lips and said, if you are afraid and want to call someone, just go. What? Watching the excitement? When Tang Bao heard it, several people were instantly confused. It turned out to be just a group of people watching the fun for a long time, so I was so frightened that my heart was pounding. Chapter 8, Bang Tang Leopard. The 7 or 8 people looked right, changed their fearful appearance before, and then revealed the most arrogant usual days. Yang, are you fat? You dare to fight us? Tang Bao looked at Yang with a sneer, and said, beat us? I think you didn't beat us enough yesterday and came to die. Yes, who do you think you are? Do you think you are great by making a cute pet? After learning that those were not Yang's helpers, Tang Bao and the others didn't pay attention to Yang for a moment. And the people watching the excitement around also felt that Yang was killing him and would be beaten immediately. Hey! I really don't know what Ye Yang was thinking about. He actually took the initiative to seek death. Maybe you have been bullied enough and you have a nervous breakdown. Anyway? Really poor. The onlookers sympathized with Ye Yang. In any case, Ye Yang is also a liberal arts champion. And he has the school grass's face value, but it is not realized because of poverty. It's just that nowadays, there is no emphasis on martial arts but not writing. So Ye Yang didn't have the slightest special treatment. With so many people watching the show, we will save you some face, take some money out and invite your buddies to eat, and we will let you go today. Tang Bao looked at Ye Yang arrogantly, and said sarcastically, otherwise, if you kill my brother's 4 front teeth, I will destroy your leg today. Faced with Tang Leopard's threat, Ye Yang didn't care. He looked at Tang Leopard and said lightly, return my money. What? What did you say? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Tang Bao put a hand on his ear, approached Ye Yang a few minutes, and said in an extremely exaggerated manner. Boom! Ye Yang smashed it with a punch and didn't bother to watch the monkey act. A group of people are all the same, Shabai. OZW.com. My CAO, how dare you do it? Brothers, beat him up. Seeing that Ye Yang actually did it directly, they knocked Tang Leopard to the ground with one punch, and rushed towards Ye Yang. Pika Pikachu. Pikachu immediately wanted to protect Ye Yang, and Ye Yang gently touched Pikachu's head, leave it to me, let me clean up these guys myself. If they summon a spiritual pet later, you just let go. Pick up. Pikachu nodded knowingly, apparently understanding Ye Yang's words. Then, several people rushed to Ye Yang's front. The strength is below the battle master, the strongest is Tang Bao who was beaten by Ye Yang with a punch, the 9th-ranked martial artist. Boom bang bang. Ye Yang hurriedly threw out his punches, and all of them fell on the ground at once. What? Immediately, I heard a series of painful wailing from the Tang Bao group. Ren Wen was shocked when the onlookers, obviously did not expect Ye Yang to be so strong. But Ye Yang didn't directly knock them out, deliberately didn't use all his strength, waiting to get the money back. Do you have this ability? Ye Yang smiled sarcastically, obviously hand over what I took, otherwise, you won't even recognize your biological parents when you hit today. Boy, don't be crazy, the battle has just begun. Tang Bao stood up with the pain, and said loudly, summon a pet, hurrying leopard. In the next second, all the 7 or 8 people got up, and at the same time they formed the seal of the ordinary summoning technique, summoning their own spirit pets. A uniform growth body, a mortal bloodline spirit pet, staring at Ye Yang and his spirit pet Pikachu. Multiple attributes, 2 auxiliary types and 3 combat types. There are leopards, giant tortoises, cats, rodents, and other species combined together, and the lineup is huge. Chapter 9, Kill the group in 1 second. Roar. Chi-chi, meow. Several spirit pets made different calls, seeming to threaten Ye Yang and Pikachu. Pikachu was immediately aroused to fight, and jumped off Ye Yang's shoulder, preparing to pick 7 or 8 spiritual pets. At the same time, Tang Bao several people also rubbed their fists and surrounded Ye Yang. Ye Yang is sure to die this time. It's miserable, the disparity in strength is too great, please go to the teaching office as soon as possible, otherwise it will cause death. The people around saw Tang Bao and others show their true strength and had already sentenced Ye Yang to death. Hurrying leopard, come on, the leopard's claws are torn. The next second, Tang Leopard shouted loudly, and his spirit pet, Feng Leopard, attacked first. Immediately afterwards, 2 auxiliary spirit pets, 1 to accelerate and 1 to increase. The rest also attacked Pikachu at the same time. Pikachu, power them up. Ye Yang is not afraid. Is the mere mortal bloodline spirit pet an opponent of the god-level bloodline spirit pet? Pika Pikachu. Zizi. Pikachu jumped over, sending out a strong electric current, dazzling light, sweeping around. In an instant, Tang Leopard's spiritual pets were all resolved in one wave. Wow! The audience was in an uproar, staring in astonishment at Pikachu, who had killed 7 or 8 spirit pets in a second, astonished. "You're on a horse, I've abolished you today." Tang Bao returned to his senses, furious, and the 9th level strength aura of the warrior violently poured out of his body. First class combat skill, Wind Blade Palm. With a loud shout, he quickly displayed his strongest combat skill, Wind Blade Palm. Combat skill is a skill move initiated by a war spiritist urging aura. Divided into 1 to 9 grade, the higher the grade, the greater the power. Above the 9th rank, there is also a magical rank. Name, God of War. Trash, die in my palm. OZW.com. Tang Bao's figure quickly came to Ye Yang, and his palm slashed towards Ye Yang fiercely. Standing in place, Ye Yang calmly raised his hand, grabbed Tang Leopard's wrist, and counteracted the power of Tang Leopard's combat skills. "You!" Tang Bao was shocked and looked at Ye Yang in surprise. This is how the first-class combat skills that he has displayed with all his strength have been resolved? A mere level of combat skills is not enough to make you leapfrog and challenge me. Boom! As Ye Yang's voice fell, the full strength of the 3rd level of the battle division was exposed to everyone's eyes. As soon as he shot, Tang Bao faced the door with his fist. Boom! Tang Bao vomited blood and flew upside down. Ye Yang moved with a stride, swept his probing hand, grabbed a person, and fell directly to the ground. Several times in a row. Boom bang bang! Tang Leopards all had blue noses and swollen faces, vomiting blood and lying on the ground. Hiss! The crowd around watching the show took a breath, and was frightened by Ye Yang's tyrannical hand. Is this really Ye Yang from the old martial arts waste? Too strong. Do you still want to continue? Ye Yang stepped on Tang Bao's chest and looked down at Tang Bao. No, be merciful, go around me, I was wrong. Tang Leopard lay on the ground, never daring to resist any more. In front of the War Master, he was a scum. Immediately, he returned all the money he had to Ye Yang. The extra is considered interest. Ye Yang took back his own money and said coldly, "If you are not satisfied, please feel free to challenge me." Don't dare, don't dare. When Tang Bao heard the words, he shook his head quickly. There is no sense of revenge. Several of his accomplices also begged for mercy one after another, and they were beaten up and convinced. Chapter 10, School Retention. Just kidding, the 3rd level battle division, what if you don't accept it? If you continue to fight, they can be abused and shit. The people watching the theater around were even more stunned. Only after a long time did he come back to his senses. It turns out that Ye Yang is the first genius in our school. Have you taken it? This wave of funny noises will definitely make you angry. Martial artist, Ye Yang is only 16 years old, a 16-year-old martial artist. The onlookers looked shocked. For Ye Yang's strength, in addition to shock, it was shocking. Who could have thought of a martial arts waste widely known by the school? He changed his body and became the #1 genius in the school. This turning point made their hearts a little unbearable for a while. After Ye Yang got back his own money, under the envious eyes of countless people, he took his soul pet Pikachu and walked out of the school. He has now been secretly persuaded by the school to leave. Therefore, he no longer belongs to Starlight Middle School. Ye Yang, please stay. On the way, Director Ma of the teaching office caught up with Ye Yang and shouted, "Principal Ding wants to see you and talk about your college entrance examination." Ye Yang walked all the way to the outside of the school, heard Director Ma's words, smiled lightly, and said, "The college entrance examination? Didn't I be persuaded by you to quit yesterday? What are you talking about?" When Director Ma heard the words, his face became stiff, and he smiled awkwardly. "This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It was someone else who was persuading you to quit, and something made a mistake. You don't need to quit school, just stay. The college entrance examination is about to go in 2 months. The school will give you the best treatment. When Ye Yang heard this, he turned around to look at Director Ma, and he was furious. Misunderstanding. Why did you tell me when you stepped on a horse yesterday in the office? Who did you say waste? Staying in school will affect the reputation of the school. This. Director Ma was speechless, and Ye Yang was so scolded that he didn't dare to return it. The students admiring Ye Yang to follow up to take a video and take photos saw this scene, and their heart was like a stormy sea. OZW.com. Ye Yang scolded Director Ma, the school's most hated and favorite to make things difficult for people. This is too dick. But there was an inexplicable refreshment in my heart. Student Ye Yang, this time is the school's mistake. We will definitely compensate you. As long as you are willing to come back to school, the school's best training resources will be given to you. Director Ma begged Ye Yang kindly. But Ye Yang did not intend to go back to school to continue school. The tree needs a layer of bark, and people live in a breath. Why do you let me go and go back? Let me go back. When am I? Sorry, I have dropped out of school. Go back and tell you the principal, Ye Yang, I am not a tool. After speaking, Ye Yang left with a face resolutely. The school wanted to keep him at this time, but it was because Ye Yang's sudden display of talent caused a sensation in the school. If such talents are cultivated, they can be admitted to a good university. For the reputation of the school, it is great. However, Ye Yang did not like this kind of overly obvious differential treatment. If you lose me, then don't think about seeing me again. I will always be the father you can't get. This is Ye Yang's aspirations to the school. Ye Yang, think about it. The school gives a monthly subsidy of 3,000 yuan. Director Ma still shouted unwillingly. But Ye Yang didn't pay attention to him until he walked out of school. The students on the side were stunned. I rub. Ye Yang, this is a real man, he has a backbone. Who said no? The school broke his heart. Chapter 11, How Pikachu Evolved. I said that our school is also Shibai. When Ye Yang was admitted to the school with a high score in the liberal arts, he thought that he was not good at martial arts, and he quit him secretly. Now that Ye Yang showed his talent, he went to kneel and lick when he regretted it. It was really a second operation. Yes, Shibai school, a great loss of talent. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, I really wouldn't know the secret show operation of the school. However, Ye Yang left Starlight Middle School. Where would he go? Everyone is very curious, where will Ye Yang be a genius? But one thing is certain, that is, Tianjiao like Ye Yang can go to all of Huayang City. Pick-happy. Walking out of the school gate, Pikachu jumped twice on Ye Yang's shoulder. Are you hungry? Then let's go eat. Ye Yang smiled knowingly and said. Piku-Pikshu. Pikachu heard this and danced his claws happily. Then Ye Yang took Pikachu to eat. On the road, there are countless vehicles coming and going, roughly the same as the original world, but with stronger technology. Also accompanied by aura. The whole people practice martial arts and strive to become a war spiritist. A few minutes later, Snow Mountain Hotel. Ye Yang ordered several dishes, which were delicious and delicious. Pick up. Seeing Ye Yang eating happily, Pikachu cried a little displeased. What can I do if you don't eat rice? I will take you to eat something else later. Ye Yang said helplessly. According to Pokemon, Pikachu eats special Pokemon fruit. What about that thing? Moreover, a big question appeared in Ye Yang's mind. OZW.com is the age of spiritual pet cultivation, and spiritual pets need to evolve and become stronger. Nima Pikachu's evolution is based on the original world, it needs an evolution stone. There is no such thing in this world now. The evolution of spiritual pets either relies on strong cultivation, or the master's spiritual energy, or some treasures of heaven and earth. So, how does Pikachu evolve? This is a problem. Let's go, take you to eat something else. After Yang was full, he settled the bill and took Pikachu to buy other food. After a round of trying, Pikachu finally fell in love with pizza, fruit salad, and other foods. Pikshu Pikshu! Pikachu cried happily while eating delicious food. Yang was speechless. This riding a horse to raise a spiritual pet is really burning money. All food is expensive. And Pikachu's appetite is not small, and he has to eat several servings. However, it's still much better than those spiritual pets in the world who eat exclusively forage. Seeing that the money left on his body was not enough to cover the living expenses for the next 3 days, Yang was instantly drunk. This meal cost 1/3 of the monthly living expenses. He couldn't imagine how Yang lived before. Eat, go to earn money after eating, you have to work hard later. Yang looked at Pikachu and said. Pick up. Pikachu nodded and continued to eat fragrant pizza, accompanied by fruit salad, to enjoy it. Skin. After a long time, Pikachu lay contentedly in front of Yang with a relaxed expression on his face. Okay, it's time to make money, otherwise we will have to live in the broken house tonight. I have to change my outfit. Yang picked up Pikachu and walked towards an Coliseum in Huayang City. If you want to make money quickly and directly, you only have to fight spirit pets. Chapter 12, Can I Pick 3? Fighting Spirit Pet. As the name suggests, put your own spirit pets on the ring for PK. Winner, get money. The Coliseum is divided into 3 levels of junior high school. Although there is the ultimate Coliseum above. But this kind of super high-level Coliseum does not exist in Huayang City. The higher the level of the Coliseum, the higher the requirements for spirit pets. The minimum requirement, the growth body 3-level spirit pet, can enter the primary Coliseum. For the intermediate Coliseum, at least a 5th-level spiritual pet of a mature body is required. As for the advanced level, it is even stronger. Pikachu is now at 8th level and can only enter the primary Coliseum. Soon, Yang took Pikachu to the primary Coliseum in Huayang City. Tianmei Spirit Pet Duel Club, Junior Court. The word primary hangs on the tail, representing the level of the Coliseum here. Spirit Pet Duel Club, also known as the Coliseum. Modernization and technology are not the old cage-like cruel beasts. Welcome. Yang walked in with Pikachu, and the beautiful young lady in chibi skirt at the door bowed to salute at 45 degrees, expressing welcome. First-class service, tall environment, good air, and complete facilities. Here, you can make money from fighting spirit pets, buy spirit pets for consumption, bathe your spirit pets, buy food, take care of your hair, etc. One-stop service is very convenient. However, today Yang is here to make money. Therefore, he directly ignored the spirit pet's various consumption areas and went straight to the spirit pet PK duel area. Boom bang bang. Fight. Go on. Qin Yu heard the words of the craze as soon as he walked into the PK area of Ling Pet. The people inside are all war spirits with spiritual pets. OZW.com. In several arenas, the duel of spirit pets exploded the audience. There are so many people onlookers who can bet and watch the battle and make profits. Hello, sign up. Yang walked to the front desk of the registration office for the PK decisive battle, and said to a white and innocent beauty. Name and pet name, pet level, how much is it? The beauty looked up at Qin Yu, put her hand on the virtual keyboard, and asked. Yang, battle pet Pikachu, grow up to level 8, bet, 500. Yang took out the last 500 yuan left on his body and said, Can I pick 3? What? The beauty who was in charge of registering and pushing the battle order at the front desk heard Yang's words and looked at Yang with astonishment. You want one to pick 3? Okay. Ya Yang nodded, he believed that his pet could do it. After all, this is the primary field. As long as you don't encounter too abnormal, there is no big problem. Moreover, one-on-one wins are up to 500 yuan. One pick 3 and double the bonus. If you win, you can get 3 times the bonus plus the principal, and an extra 1000 yuan bonus. In other words, if Ya Yang wins, he will get 3000 yuan. 3000 yuan per game, what is the concept? Is there any problem? Ya Yang asked. No problem, but you have to think about it, 1 out of 3, maybe it will kill your pet. The beauty reminded Ya Yang and said. I know, help me make an appointment. Ya Yang still did not change his decision. Then the beauty at the front desk arranged for Yanning, 1 to 3, the primary field, the biggest competition arena. Registered, arranged. Because it was a 1 to 3, Ya Yang was given priority to play when the PK in the ring was over. An important news is announced below. There is a battle division who is about to have a 1 to 3 duel in this field. Chapter 13, comes with special effects. In the area of the PK duel of the spirit pet, a broadcast sound was transmitted to everyone in the field. Everyone was surprised when they heard the broadcast information. 1 pick 3? Who hangs like this? Wow, haha. There is a good show. Stains. That big guy is so brilliant, 1 pick 3. Everyone is very curious. Who is the 1 to 3 boss? Although this is the primary PK field. But 1 to 3 is difficult to appear. So as soon as the broadcast came out, everyone's attention fell on this incident. Hello, everyone, I am the referee in the 1-on-3 duel in this game, Will. When everyone was looking for the 1 to 3 boss, a male referee appeared on the biggest arena in the junior PK field. The referee is dressed very stylishly, holding a silver microphone, and shouting loudly, next, we will have the first 1-on-3 duel this year. Please, 3 war spirits come on the field. Oh! As the referee's voice fell, the audience burst into cheers. In the next second, Ya Yang's 3 opponents walked out of a secret tunnel one by one. Their strengths are: the fighters are at level 7, level 8, and level 9. The spirit pets carried are also pure combat spirit pets. Growth body 8th, 7 and 7. I'm going, it's these 3 ruthless people. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they attracted the attention of many people. Obviously, these 3 war spirits, in the primary field of Tianmei Spirit Pet Duel Club, have a little reputation. Zuzza, 3 fierce characters, now their opponents have suffered. OZW.com. Yes, I guess the 1 to 3 buddy didn't expect to encounter 3 ruthless characters in the junior field. It's cold. Seeing the 3 people on stage, everyone has already started to sigh for the 1 to 3 buddy. At the same time, in the arena, referee Vale took the microphone and shouted again, next, let us have a 1 to 3 war spiritist. He comes from Huayang City, his name is Ya Yang, and his battle pet is Pikachu. He is of unknown type and fighting type. It grows up to level 8. When everyone heard it, their faces were dumbfounded. What is the unknown kind? Could it be that a new kind of spiritual pet has appeared? I'm CAO, that spirit pet is so good. When everyone was puzzled, Ya Yang walked out from a passage with his battle pet, Pikachu. In an instant, he and his pet Pikachu attracted everyone's attention. Especially girls. When I saw Pikachu on Ya Yang's shoulder, I felt a heartbeat. Loved love. What kind of pet is that? Why have you never seen it before? Could it be a rare spiritual pet? So cute and cute, it seems to be. Little brother is so handsome too. Countless girls looked at Ya Yang and Pikachu like an idiot. People have high looks and cute pets. Such an object can hardly be found with a lantern. Ya Yang stepped onto the ring under the gaze of much attention, and became the focus of the audience as if he came with special effects. But his opponent saw him very upset. Especially when seeing those beauties turning their gazes on Yang alone, I wanted to have a good meal. Who am I? I turned out to be just a hairy boy with a pet that only sells cute and pleasant to die. Chapter 14, Fighting Spirit Pet, PK1 Picks 3. Boy, just relying on you, I want to pick 3? I'm afraid it's not a problem with my brain. Don't take a pee to see what you look like? 1 Pick 3, are you worthy? The 3 men mocked Yang with 1 sentence for you and 1 sentence for me. In their opinion, Yang is undoubtedly looking for death. With such an obviously unusable spirit pet, how dare you choose 3? It's a laugh. Oh, this spirit pet is a good one, but no matter how you look at it, the fighting power is not good. Yeah, I guess if you can't resist even a single blow, you will lose the battle. Do you still need to think about it? The disparity in strength is so great, and now even the betting is not opened, you can imagine the result is already obvious. The crowd under the battle ring hardly had any optimism about Yang. After all, Yang's spirit pet, looking left and right, didn't seem to be able to put on the table and fight. That cute appearance makes everyone feel that Yang's spirit pet is just a pet for playing. But Yang didn't care. What kind of strength Pikachu has, he himself knows very well. Solving these 3 slags in front of you is completely problematic. Stop talking nonsense, just start. Yang looked at his opponent and said disdainfully. Well, let you kid today, taste the power of our war pet. The trio's expressions sank, and they immediately greeted their pets to prepare for battle. Referee Weir saw that the momentum of both sides had been drawn up, took the microphone and briefly explained the information of both sides, and then directly shouted, 1 Pick 3, PK, start. Vicious dog, come on. Evil wolf, come on. Roar. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Yang's opponent greeted his fierce battle pet, biting towards Yang's Pikachu. OZW.com. A fierce dog and a wolf, plus a shuddering 4-meter-long, pitch-black centipede that makes the whole body hairy. It was the first time that Yang saw such a big centipede in reality. He said he was not afraid, it was fake. But he didn't back down half a minute, and plucked up the courage to shout, Pikachu, it's handed over to you. Pika Pikachu. Pikachu nodded and immediately ran and jumped. The entire tail suddenly turned into a metal, a stunt, and an iron tail, and it fiercely attacked the evil wolf that rushed forward. The evil wolf rushed forward, completely unexpected that Pikachu would attack directly. The evil wolf flashes quickly. The face of the evil wolf's master changed drastically, and he quickly shouted. But it is obviously too late at this moment. As soon as the evil wolf was about to dodge, Pikachu's iron tail hit the head. Rao had a sharp fur defense, but Pikachu's trick was given away. Wow! There was an uproar in the audience, and Pikachu's hand was shocked. But the battle is not over yet. The evil wolf's exit did not affect the ferocious impact of the black centipede and the vicious dog. When Pikachu fell, the 2 battle pets had already come to Pikachu. Pikachu, stop playing, get rid of them quickly. Seeing Pikachu in danger, Yang hurriedly shouted. Pick up. Pikachu immediately exerted his force, releasing lightning all over his body. Zi. In an instant, the strong electric current stopped the rushing dog and the black centipede. After a while, the 2 pets fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Everyone looked astonished as they looked at the scene on the battlefield arena in an incredible manner. Chapter 15, Make Money, shocked the crowd. They never thought of it. That cute spirit pet that seems harmless to humans and animals is so powerful. Facing the 3 fierce battle pets, there was no pressure at all, and it was solved easily. This is amazing. After a long time, the onlookers and the referee recovered from their shock. Referee Weir picked up the silver microphone and announced loudly with shock, PK is over, the winner, Yang, Pikachu. Boom! The audience suddenly became a sensation. I'm Cao, a cow pen. What kind of spiritual pet is this? I have to contract this for my next spiritual pet. Maid, who is so good-looking, well-behaved, and cute, and able to fight, where did you get such a good spirit pet? I want it too. Who knows what kind of pet it is? Please tell me, what kind of spiritual pet is that? I will give you a lot of money. In the field, the situation was a bit out of control. After witnessing Pikachu's greatness, everyone seemed crazy. They all want to have a pet like Pikachu. You. But on the battlefield arena, Ye Yang's opponent looked at Ye Yang angrily, wishing that Ye Yang would be broken into pieces. Do you still want to fight? You guys are out of favor, are you going to do it yourself? Ye Yang looked at the three of them and said with a sneer. Boy, don't be complacent, because your spiritual pet is great, it doesn't mean that you are also outstanding. The three men looked at Ye Yang fiercely, rubbing their fists, in a stance that they wanted to do something. Several people, according to the regulations, this is the Spirit Pet Coliseum. Humans cannot fight privately. Referee Weir came out to stop. The three men's expressions darkened, they looked at Ye Yang with killing intent, and shouted, Boy, dare you go out and fight? OZW.com. Why go out? It's no good. I don't want to waste time. Ye Yang said boredly. If you can beat the three of us, all the money we made this week will be given to you. Really? No regrets? Okay. The two sides quickly reached an agreement, and then Ye Yang led the winning money on the court, adding a total of 3,000 yuan to the principal, and walked out of the Tianmei Spirit Pet Duel Club. Right at the entrance of the club, in a spacious venue, surrounded by busy traffic, there is no excitement. Most of the people in the venue followed out to watch the show. Want to see Ye Yang's personal strength? Of course, there is no shortage of guys with ghosts. Here is the money the three of us made this week, a total of 18,000. If you can beat us, it will be yours. The three men took out the money, put it on a chair next to it, and said to Ye Yang. Don't talk nonsense, just do it. Ye Yang stomped on the ground, his aura surged, carrying the thunder and lightning power contracted by Pikachu, covering his whole body. Boom! The strength of the battle division level, in an instant, covered the surrounding 100 meters. I rely on, he is a war master. Nima, how old is this kid? My dear, no wonder I dared to choose 3. Not only is my spirit pet the best pen, but I'm also a terrible pen. As soon as Ye Yang's strength came out, the crowd's onlookers suddenly dropped their jaws. The expression of his opponent is even more unspeakable. Originally intended to beat Ye Yang violently, who knew he was a war master. It's so, like God is joking. At this moment, in the hearts of the three men, there are 10,000 Cao Nima running wildly, and I am in an unspeakable mood. The expression, mixed with 5 flavors, is very bitter. Chapter 16, Latest Check-in Task. But Ye Yang didn't have time to watch the changes in their emotions. With a clenched fist, the whole person rushed towards the three men like a tiger. The three of them were shocked at the same time, and their faces sank. If it had been before, they might not have looked at Ye Yang at all. But now that he knows Ye Yang's strength clearly, how can he still have the will to fight? Wait, we recognize. Boom! The three of them had not finished speaking. Ye Yang, who was extremely fast, knocked them to the ground with one punch and kick. What? Only hearing a scream, the three men were defeated by Ye Yang's fist. We all said we gave up. A still conscious man said aggrievedly. The next second, he fainted. Sorry, who made you speak too slowly? Ye Yang smiled apologetically, took the money, threw it into the portable space, and walked away with Pikachu. Brother, please stay, can you tell us where you got your pet from? Handsome guy, add a friend and keep in touch later. Boss, can I switch the phone? Just as he turned around, the onlookers stepped forward and asked Ye Yang's phone number and the most popular online contact software, AI. The purpose is obvious. I didn't want to soak in Ye Yang, or I wanted to ask Pikachu how to obtain it from Ye Yang's mouth. But Ye Yang just smiled, found a reason to prevaricate, and left. Happy. Pikachu saw Ye Yang run away from the enthusiastic people, and smiled mischievously. You still laugh, they all want you. Ye Yang nodded Pikachu's head and said, it's hidden deep enough. The iron tail will be enough. Volt attacks and millions of volts. Will millions of volts be too? Pippi. Hearing this, Pikachu shook his head. OZW.com. Well, it seems you just realized it suddenly. Ye Yang said, slightly disappointed. However, thinking about it is normal. After all, Pikachu has only grown to level 8 now. He checked Pikachu's information panel, and sure enough, there was an extra item in his stunt, Iron Tail. As a result, Pikachu's combat effectiveness has obviously improved. Happy. At this moment, Pikachu issued a demand. When Ye Yang heard this, he was shocked. Cao, are you hungry again? Didn't you just eat it? Pick up. Okay. Then Ye Yang took Pikachu to eat delicious food. Pizza, fruit salad, all three. He really doesn't know why this guy can eat so much. Is it because it is a god-level spiritual pet? After eating and drinking enough, Ye Yang went to buy some new clothes and daily necessities, and the sky gradually darkened. He randomly found a hotel and stayed in. One night, it just passed. Early the next morning, the sign-in task of the God-level 10,000 Realms sign-in system was refreshed. Ding! The latest sign-in task has been issued. Please host Qin Yu to sign in at HSBC within 24 hours. The metallic system prompt broke Ye Yang's deep sleep. He rolled over and looked at the new sign-in task in a vague mind. What can the bank sign in? Ye Yang murmured, very puzzled. Then, I stayed warm in the bed for dozens of minutes. Just get up to wash, take care of Pikachu, walk out of the room, go downstairs for breakfast, and perform a brand new sign-in task. Looking forward to the latest rewards. Chapter 17, it became popular overnight and was accosted by the beautiful anchor. Huayang City, on the South Street. Ye Yang walked on the road wearing his newly bought clothes, and he was so handsome. Let him always feel that today is a little different from usual. Many passers-by around saw themselves with some strange eyes. This makes him a little puzzled. Is it because you are too handsome? But Ye Yang didn't think too much, he took a taxi and came to HSBC. Sign in. Inside HSBC, Ye Yang sat in the waiting area and said in his heart. Ding, sign-in begins, countdown, 10 minutes. In the next second, the system prompt sounded in Ye Yang's mind. His latest sign-in task has begun. What reward will be this time? Ye Yang didn't know either. But in my heart, there are some small expectations. Time passed by every minute. 5 minutes later. Suddenly a well-dressed young lady walked in at the gate of the bank. Wearing short black silk stockings, front, convex, back, and upturned, the and feeling are very good. Miss Sister is wearing a pair of white headphones and holding a selfie stick. On the selfie stick is a pink mobile phone, which seems to be live streaming. She walked into the bank, glanced around, and finally fell on Ye Yang with joy. Dear friends, I saw Ye Yang, the handsome guy who went online overnight, let you see. The young lady turned the camera to Ye Yang. In the live broadcast room, the pan was fried instantly. I'm Cao, really Ye Yang? Great God, this is the big brother Ye Yang who has a mysterious spirit pet in a 1v3 coliseum in the school. Handsome, really handsome. Ye Yang sat in the waiting area, quietly waiting for the sign-in reward. He doesn't know yet, because of a series of things yesterday. He is already on the internet and has a small hit. OZW.com. All major platforms have stories about him, short videos, which are liked and broadcast by countless people. Especially for the Douyin video app, the number of likes has reached millions. All these were the counterattack that Ye Yang witnessed yesterday. Record the heroic deeds of Ye Yang, edit the highlights, and put them on the internet. Popular overnight. Anchor, hook her up, can you bear such a handsome guy? Hurry up, we want to take a closer look at this handsome guy and his spiritual pet. The fans in the live broadcast room were shouting. Because of a shot of Ye Yang, the number of viewers of this anchor instantly broke through the peak and reached an unprecedented height. Moreover, it is still skyrocketing at a terrifying rate. The female anchor couldn't stand it any longer, and walked a graceful pace, highlighting her figure, and came to Ye Yang. Hello, are you Ye Yang? The female anchor struck up a conversation. A row of. In the live broadcast room. Good low way to strike up a conversation, I'll go. Anchor, you can't do this. Ye Yang looked up at the beauty in front of him, with a look of doubt. I am Ye Yang, are you? I am an anchor on the Douyin platform. At the request of fans, I want to interact with you. The female anchor acted as friendly as possible, so that Ye Yang could improve her favor. But Ye Yang looked dazed. Interactive? With me? I am not an anchor or a celebrity. Why do you want to interact with me? Is it just because I'm handsome? Yeti, is that okay? The female anchor looked at Ye Yang delicately, and asked nervously. What? Ye Yang was a little embarrassed for a while, pretending to cough twice. Ahem, well, why don't you find someone else? I'm not a boss. Chapter 18. Beautiful reward, Ye Yang's needs. Boom. As soon as Ye Yang's voice fell, the live broadcast room instantly fried. ICAO, refused. Niobe, faced with such a beautiful anchor request, she turned down. Does he know who the anchor is? One of the 5 beauties of amusement, this is all rejected. Wow Kaka! I didn't expect that when one of the 5 beauties was rejected, yet a Shenyu Pen. The beauty anchor was a little embarrassed at once. She felt that her status as a popular female anchor who had been broadcasting for several years was very worrying in front of Ye Yang, a rookie star. Most of the fans in the live broadcast also tend to Ye Yang. Only a few iron fans are encouraging and comforting her. At this moment, Ye Yang suddenly looked happy. The next 5 minutes were up, and the system's prompt sound rang through his brain again. Ding! Congratulations to the host Ye Yang for successfully signing in and getting a reward, a villa in the Gulf community. Reward, 3rd rank combat skill, Ben Lay fist roll. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Ye Yang felt so happy in his heart. I feel that the system is like a fat bug in my stomach, knowing what I need at the moment. Give yourself some reward. I like this system. However, Ye Yang still lacks a very important thing. That is the 2nd spiritual pet. After the War Spirit Master trains to the War Master, he can contract his 2nd spirit pet. Improve your overall strength so that you can go further. Therefore, Ye Yang had to think about the 2nd pet. At the same time, he now has to focus on meditation about entering college. This is a way to grow stronger. After entering the university, you can get more resources. There are more opportunities to become stronger, experience and other benefits. OZW.com. Although he has a sign-in system, relying on the system can get a lot of benefits. But after all, people have to rely on their own efforts to win many honors. Moreover, according to Ye Yang's understanding, the initial sign-in system is that a sign-in task is issued every day. That is 1 sign every day. After signing in, Ye Yang no longer stayed in the bank. He got up and walked quickly outside the bank, leaving behind the beautiful anchor who was still in embarrassment. I'm CAO, people are gone, anchor, hurry up and follow. Hurry up, otherwise everyone will be gone. Fans in the live broadcast room shouted when they saw Ye Yang got up and left. Only then did the beauty anchor react and hurried to catch up. The two walked out the bank gate one after another. Oncoming is the Dean of Academic Affairs of the major universities in Huayang. And some new anchors, short videos and other up-owners. They all wandered around Huayang City early in the morning to see if they could meet Ye Yang. In the end, following the live broadcast scene of the beauty anchor just now, she rushed over. I'm going, even Sophie, who is one of the 5 beauties of amusement, is here. Zazza, this innocent goddess has never been close to men, how could he come to take photos of Ye Yang? No, Ye Yang is now very popular. Many small anchors and up-hosts saw the beauty of Sophie Fei behind Ye Yang, with a touch of shock on their faces. Ye Yang stood outside the gate of the bank and suddenly had a bad feeling. Is this classmate Ye Yang? The dean of Huayang Lanshan High School took a step forward and greeted Ye Yang politely. I am, who are you? Ye Yang looked dumbfounded, what happened today? Why do people ask themselves if they are Ye Yang? Is it true that Lao Tzu is still fake? Chapter 19, The Grabbing of Major Universities, Ye Yang's Choice. I am the Dean of Lanshan High School, Wang Kai. I want to invite you to our school to study. Dean Wang Kai, looking at Ye Yang, said softly, our school can give you the best treatment. In the first 2 months of the high school, we will satisfy you. Ye Yang, think about it, come to our Lanshan High School. Amount. After listening to Wang Kai's words, Ye Yang was taken aback. It turned out to be here to invite myself to school. This pampering came really suddenly. He was a little flattered. Not waiting for Ye Yang to respond to Director Wang Kai. The other universities in Huayang City stepped forward one after another, looked at Ye Yang, and said politely. Student Ye Yang, I am the teaching director of Jiguang Middle School. Our school would like to invite you to our school and provide you with a spiritual pet contract with a spirit level bloodline and all your consumption. Student Ye Yang, I am. Our school gives Ye Yang 5,000 bursaries every month. The directors of several major colleges and universities offered their own school conditions and invited Ye Yang. The competition is fierce, and even began to increase treatment. Finally, directly tore the skin. Director Zhang, can I come first? You can't do this. Is this the principle of first come, first come? It depends on student Ye Yang's choice. That's right, Ye Yang, come to our school, don't hesitate to ask if you have any requirements. The teaching directors of several schools rushed for Ye Yang as a student, completely devoid of the dean of a university. No way, who made Ye Yang's talent too strong? The well-deserved number 1 in Huayang City. The people around saw that the major universities were arguing over Ye Yang alone. One after another they picked up ultra-smartphones in the contemporary world, and some particularly wealthy also used smartwatches to project and start video recording. Which school will Ye Yang choose? OZW.com I don't know. I heard that he was secretly persuaded by the original school. The school regretted it and kept him, but Ye Yang refused. Ah, it's Starlight Middle School. This school's Shibai operation has made headlines. Everyone whispered about, very curious about Ye Yang's choice. Ye Yang is helpless. Standing there, being photographed by hundreds of people, he felt that something might have happened to him. Ahem. Well, stop fighting. With an awkward cough, Ye Yang interrupted the directors of several colleges and universities, and said, go back. I have decided to take a casual study and take the university entrance examination. Hey! As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Ye Yang with astonishment. Take a break, take university entrance exams independently? I'm CAO. Are you kidding me? This is not something ordinary people can do. Casual cultivating means free cultivating to cultivate spiritual pets. Taking the university entrance examination on your own is naturally the individual taking the college entrance examination. Usually, casual cultivators are those who have no resources, no background, and no ability, and finally have no choice. However, Yang needs resources and ability. There is absolutely no need to choose a path of anxiety like casual repair. They don't understand, what is Yang doing? Although, all of the war spirits who succeeded in the casual cultivator were strong. But the chance of success is too small. Student Yang, are you kidding? It's difficult to practice casual training. Student Yang, don't be impulsive, we can discuss any questions. Chapter 20, Yang is on fire when he refuses the world-famous schools. The directors of the major colleges and universities recovered from the shock, and persuaded Yang with a calm face. But Yang had decided that he would not enter any high school again. He must take the personal college entrance examination and enter the university with his own ability. The goal, naturally, is the top university in the world. North China University. There is a concentration of talented elites of war spirits. A place with world-class resources, training, teaching, and technology. The scope of the area, the aura, is also surprisingly rich. I rub. Yadashan deserves to be Yadashan, so many colleges and universities have robbed him, but they all refused. Even to choose casual repair, Niobe. From now on, he will be my idol. The viewers in the live broadcast rooms of major and small anchors all spoke in shock. Everyone, please give way. I'm in a hurry. Yang walked past several teaching directors and came to the people who surrounded him and filmed. Yeti, sign a name for me. Yadashan, can you let me follow you 24 hours a day? Yang, can I have an interview with you? Yang was speechless, and even the reporters came to join in the fun. He accidentally saw a few software that he used to take pictures of himself with his mobile phone, which turned out to be the most popular short video software in this era. It has the same name as a software of Zheng Jinyang's era, but with more functions and more advanced technology. Yang understood at once, why these people came to find himself. The cliff is what happened yesterday and was stabbed on the internet. Then, accidentally caught fire. I go. OZW.com. Yang was a little depressed, and quickly squeezed out of the crowd, ready to take a taxi to leave. At this time, an enlarged version of the luxury SUV Daewoo supercar brand stopped in front of him. Then a middle-aged woman wearing glasses got out of the car, and she happened to see Yang, and she was overjoyed. Yang, hello, we are the world. A well-known school. Yang interrupted the woman's words and asked. Yes, Haitian Middle School. The woman nodded. Go back, I'll take a casual study, don't go to any middle school. After speaking, Yang walked away. Only listening to the words of the middle-aged woman came from the back. Student Yang, we can provide you with a bloodline spirit pet above the 5th level, A and D. Before the woman finished speaking, Yang turned his back to him, waved his hand, and refused. Everyone in the back looked at each other, and they didn't go away from the 5th level bloodline. This was too strong. However, Yang didn't pay attention at all. The spirit pet of the spirit level bloodline is ashamed to invite me? Haha. He took a taxi, and was going to see the villa in the Bay Area that he had just acquired. The key and the access card were already on his body. At the same time, inside a black Feng Ben car on the side of the road. Brother, it's him, hurry up. He killed my spirit pet yesterday and beat me. Li Tao sat in the co-pilot and watched Yang leave in a taxi, and said aggrievedly. Don't worry, I'll call you back today, and let this hillbilly lie in bed for the rest of his life. Li Tao's brother, Li Hong. 2 or 3 years older than Li Tao, he has already graduated from high school. Although he didn't enter the university, he had already become a fighter. Knowing that his brother was beaten, he brought Li Tao to avenge him early in the morning. There were just too many talents and the two were not easy to start. Seeing Ye Yang leaving, they drove behind him quietly. Chapter 21, I Want to Get Beaten Up, a 30 million villa. In the taxi, Ye Yang took out his newly bought super smartphone. Watch videos about yourself on major short video apps. He is speechless. Unexpectedly, overnight, I became famous if I was not careful. Although it is still only a little famous. But it also made many people remember their faces. This made him quite helpless. Soon, Ye Yang came to the Gulf Villa community. Master, thank you. Ye Yang got off the car and gave money, closed the car door, and said, polite. The taxi driver smiled, then drove the car and turned away. Immediately, Ye Yang walked towards the Bay Area. What are you doing? This is the Bay Villa community, not everyone can enter. As soon as he walked to the door, Ye Yang was stopped by the guard. Those who can live here are undoubtedly high-ranking officials, rich and powerful people in the family. Although Ye Yang was wearing new clothes today, but he was ordinary and very strange, so he was stopped by the guard. My home is here. Ye Yang looked at the security guard and said, is your home here? A liar, I know everyone in this community, come in and out every day, tell me, where do you live? The security guard heard Ye Yang's words and asked suspiciously. Ye Yang thought for a while and said, Villa 1, Building A. When the doorman heard this, he laughed immediately, you are kidding me, right? That villa is worth 30 million yuan, and it has not been sold yet, and there are no residents at all. OZW.com, hurry up and don't even think about sneaking in. If you don't learn well at a young age, you just want to do things like robbers. Ye Yang's face sank, this is a bit too much. However, he didn't expect that the villa sent by the system was worth 30 million yuan, which was simply refreshing. The value soared instantly. Ye Yang touched his body, he remembered that the system gave the community pass. Laugh. Suddenly, a harsh brake sound attracted the attention of Ye Yang and the guard. The two of them went along at the same time and saw a black Toyota car parked in front of them. Crack! The door opened and Li Tao and his brother Li Hong walked down. Yet, what are you doing here? You want to enter the best villa complex in our city. Li Tao was still wearing a bandage, looked at Ye Yang sarcastically and said, this is where you can come to. Uncle Doorman, does he want to go in? Don't let him get in. He is just a soil bag in the country. He lacks money and has dirty hands and feet. He must be trying to steal things. Li Tao said more and more, making up out of thin air to frame Ye Yang. But the security guard outside the door was obviously convinced, and immediately closed the door to prevent Ye Yang from entering. Ye Yang's expression condensed, falling on Li Tao's body, and said coldly, I didn't get enough beatings yesterday? Still want to be beaten? You. Li Tao's complexion became stiff, and he wanted to go up to hit Ye Yang with an aura. His body moved a lot, and a piercing pain came from his whole body, causing him to take a breath. Leave it to brother, brother will help you clean him up. A head taller than Li Tao, a man in his early 20s patted Li Tao's shoulder lightly. Then he took a step forward, looked at Ye Yang, and said with a sneer, Ye Yang, right? It's quite popular on the internet now. You hit my brother, we have to settle this matter. I don't want to bully you too much, so I will give you a chance for atonement. As long as you apologize to my brother here, kowtow, and take out 20,000 yuan in compensation, I will let you go. Chapter 22, Two Spirit Pets. How? This condition is not excessive, right? Boom. After speaking, Li Hong mobilized the aura in his body and poured out. The strength of the battle division level caused the guard to take 2 steps back in fright. But he obviously wanted to pressure Ye Yang, make Ye Yang kowtow apologize, and take the money obediently. However, Ye Yang looked calm. not at all deterred by Li Hong's division level strength. Het. Battle Master level 3, isn't the weight a little lighter? Ye Yang smiled contemptuously and said to Li Hong. Li Hong's face suddenly sank, and he looked at Ye Yang with cold eyes, and said in a cold tone, Ye Yang, don't toast or punish wine, don't know what is good or bad. I'm giving you a chance, do you want to be beaten? Ye Yang smiled instantly upon hearing this. Being beaten? It's hard to say who wants to be beaten. Boom! Yuluo, also the third level strength of the Battle Master, poured out of Ye Yang's body. The strength of that spiritual energy is not weak at all, Li Hong. Even under the blessing of thunder and lightning, it was a little stronger. Battle Master level 3? You. Li Hongwen was shocked and looked at Ye Yang in surprise. After a while, he turned his head to look at his brother, Li Tao. Didn't you say that he just broke through the battle division? What's the matter with this battle division level 3? I don't know either. Fighting with me yesterday is indeed a battle division level 1. Li Tao said aggrievedly. Yesterday, Ye Yang slapped him, but he did not do his best. It only showed the strength of the battle division level. Li Tao mistakenly believed that Ye Yang had just been promoted to battle division. If I try my best to fight a fighter, it will be too low. Hearing Li Tao's incomprehensible words, Ye Yang said sarcastically, I am happy today, you two quickly get out, I can ignore everything just now. OZW.com Het, you really think you are a big boss, right? Li Hong sneered and set his gaze on Ye Yang again, even if you are also at the third level of the Battle Master, what if you are determined by me today? Summon, Battle Pet, Two-Headed Cobra. Summon, Auxiliary Spirit Pet, Hurricane Rabbit. Wow! As Li Hong's summoning technique was sealed in one place, two strong brilliance shone out. Immediately, the spiritual pet that was usually in the special living space was summoned. Two spirit pets, one fighting type and one supporting type. He looked at Ye Yang eagerly. Come on, call out your spiritual pet and come out and die. After summoning the spirit pet, Li Hong looked at Ye Yang provocatively. Ye Yang smiled lightly, a knot in his hand, God-level summoning technique, Pikachu. Wow! It was countless times stronger than the formation and light of Li Hong summoning the spirit pet before. Let the Li Hong and Li Tao brothers close their eyes. And the uncle of the door guard, who was horrified and then afraid, did not dare to look directly at the light. In a moment, Pikachu appeared in front of Ye Yang. But it seems to be listless, still sleeping. Ye Yang was ashamed for an instant, this slacker, how long did he get up in the morning? Sleeping again. Pikachu, get up and fight. Ye Yang yelled, and then Pikachu rolled on the ground, standing up lazily as if he was cute. Skin. Pikachu's drowsiness has not disappeared, and he looks at the two spirit pets in front of him in a daze. What's so special about you, who do you look down on? Looking at the spirit pet that Ye Yang summoned, he was still sleeping. Li Hong suddenly felt infinite sarcasm and an angry roar. Chapter 23, Aura increases, spiritual pets become stronger. Two-headed snake, come on, give me this little thing. Hiss. The two-headed cobra spit out snake zinzi, snarled at the mouth, and rushed towards Pikachu. Pikachu was still half awake, seeing the two-headed snake rushing towards him, he subconsciously avoided. Hiss. The two heads of the two-headed cobra kept spitting out the snake letter, chasing Pikachu. Although it is fast, Pikachu is faster. Maid, can you only run? Li Hong saw this scene before him and couldn't help cursing. Hydraulic rabbit, assist the double-headed snake to accelerate. Cuckoo. Li Hong's auxiliary spirit pet, Hai Fengtu, heard his words and made a strange cry. Immediately, Hai Feng Rabbit stood up and down, and at a point under his feet, there was a wind aura that waved through his body. Immediately afterwards, the wind aura blessed on the double-headed snake. It directly improves the movement speed of the double-headed snake. Pikachu. Yang saw that the speed of the double-headed cobra suddenly rose, and hurriedly shouted. At the same time, Li Hong saw that his spiritual pet was about to bite Pikachu, and the corner of his mouth was a triumphant arc. Yang, is it too late to kneel down and beg for mercy now? Li Hong looked at Yang and said sarcastically, otherwise, your spiritual pet will soon become food for my double-headed snake. Really? Are you so confident? Hearing Li Hong's words, Yang smiled without worry. When my death is approaching, I'll still pretend to be here. The two-headed snake killed his spiritual pet. Li Hong shouted and kicked on the ground, his spirit surged. At the same time, the two-headed snake was already very fast with the assistance of the wind rabbit. It was connected with Li Hong's spiritual energy, and its power and speed surged again in an instant. Does the aura increase? OZW.com. Seeing Li Hong's actions, Yang clenched his fists, and a spirit energy burst from his body. Then, the blessing increase was on Pikachu's body. Hey, a spiritual pet, do you want to fight me too? Li Hong snorted coldly, and shouted, Hydrant Rabbit, assist with all your strength to contain that little thing. Pikachu, end them. Yang didn't bother to spend time with Li Hong. As a War Master, aura increases spiritual pet. This is the ability that as long as you become a War Master, he and Pikachu's lightning attributes share an additional connection. With this assistance, Pikachu's body is already surrounded by lightning before it discharges. At the same time, the two-headed snake caught up with Pikachu in an instant. In front of Pikachu, he was also stopped by the auxiliary spirit pet, Hey-8 Rabbit. It wakes up for a moment and enters a fighting state. Pikachu. Zzz. Boom. Several thunders of electricity burst out of Pikachu's body. The strong current made a sizzling noise. In a moment, the two-headed snake and the hurricane rabbit were numb. After a while, I heard explosions. Pikachu's aura boosted his full power to display 100,000 volts, directly doubling his power. With one move, Li Hong's two spirit pets were directly charged. Skin. Seeing that his opponent was knocked out, Pikachu made a triumphant voice. Pretty. Yang smiled and greeted Pikachu to come back, lying on his shoulder. Li Hong and Li Tao looked at the two spirit pets who were electrocuted with shocked faces. Never imagined that the battle situation with obvious advantages would be reversed in an instant. Chapter 24, Don't Mess With Me. This comeback was really unexpected. After a long time, the two brothers Li Hong and Li Tao recovered from their astonishment. Both of them looked at Yang with endless anger and resentment. Yang, you dare to kill my spirit pet! Li Hong's anger was unspeakable, his hideous face seemed to kill. Spirit pets are almost equivalent to the lifeblood treasures of a war spiritist. No one can bear the death of the pet. I want you to die today. Boom. As Li Hong's voice fell, he kicked his feet and a crack appeared on the ground. The figure suddenly rushed towards Yang. Wasting my time. Yang curled his lips disdainfully. Pikachu, give him an electric shock and let him lie in bed for 3 to 5 months. Skin. Pikachu knew it and jumped directly from Yang's shoulder. Then there was Yang's aura boost, and he displayed his second stunt, Iron Tail. Puff. In the next second, I heard the sound of the flesh being penetrated. Li Hong, who rushed in anger, was directly pierced by Pikachu's iron tail, and he threw himself to the ground with a bang. What? At the same time, Li Hong's screams spread all around. Brother! Li Tao saw that his brother's feet were scrapped, and suddenly shouted. Yang cleaned Pikachu's tail with aura, stepped forward, and kicked Li Hong on the body. With a bang, Li Hong flew upside down and hit the Black Feng Benkar heavily. Puff! He spit out a burst of bright red blood, and his face was so painful that it was distorted. OZW.com. You, what do you want to do? Killing in the city will result in federal punishment. Seeing Ye Yang walking step by step, Li Tao backed away in fright. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The corners of Ye Yang's mouth were curved with an abusive curve. I just want to give you a deep memory and let you remember, don't mess with me, don't try to suppress me, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Snapped. As he said, Ye Yang slapped Li Tao's face and slapped Li Tao to the ground, spurting blood and vomiting teeth. Remember, don't bully others. Ye Yang issued the last warning, took Pikachu, turned and walked towards the gate of the Gulf community. Inside the gate, the doorman's uncle who was trembling with fright. Seeing Ye Yang walking over, his heartbeat speeded up, his breathing was rapid, he was nervous and afraid. Now, can you let me in? Ye Yang took out the guest pass of the Gulf community and said. The doorman took a hurried look, hurriedly opened the door, and said respectfully, yes, you can, please inside. Ye Yang put away the pass and walked into the Bay Area. He didn't bother to care about an uncle doorman who didn't know how to count, and lost his demeanor. He came all the way to Villa number 1, Building A. In the entire Gulf Villa community, this villa is the most expensive and luxurious. The market value is 30 million. It covers an area of 400 to 500 square meters. Ye Yang lived with his pet, it was too spacious. Pick up the key and open the door. Walk in, luxurious, extravagant, elegant, stylish, a residence that can only be owned by the absolute rich. Cool. Looking at the inside of the villa, Ye Yang couldn't help shouting. Pikachu, play by yourself and don't forget to exercise. I want to practice aura here. After watching the villa, Ye Yang said to Pikachu. Chapter 25, Looking for the second pet. Pick up. Pikachu nodded, and then went to play by himself. Ye Yang casually found a bedroom, sat cross-legged on the couch, and began to cultivate spiritual energy. The soul wears into the future. He hasn't really started to practice spiritual energy. He needs to understand his current cultivation talent. This repair is one day and one night. Early the next morning, the sign-in system prompt sounded in Ye Yang's mind. Ding! The new sign-in task has been released, please host Ye Yang, and sign in at the Ling Pet Store within 12 hours, 20 minutes. Hearing the system prompt, Ye Yang gradually withdrew from the training state. Call. He exhaled a long murky breath from his mouth, and the aura condensed around him gradually dissipated. Through the day and night of cultivation, the cultivation base has improved a lot. But the speed made him not very satisfied. The reason is that the body that his soul wears is not strong enough. It's okay to cultivate at a normal speed. It's hard to get a step faster. It seems that you have to find a way to improve your physical fitness training talent. Ye Yang said thoughtfully. Immediately, he got up and moved the muscles and bones of his body, making a crackling sound. Then, he went out, ready to sign in at the Ling Pet Store. By the way, see if there is any suitable spiritual pet, contract his second spiritual pet. In this age of spiritual pet cultivation, as the strength of a war spiritist increases, the number of contracted spirit pets will also increase. In other words, a powerful war spiritist may have several spirit pets, various types and attributes. In this way, the overall strength can be stronger. Ye Yang is now at the third level of the battle division. The conditions for the second spirit pet of the contract have been reached. Therefore, he needs a brand new spirit pet. Pikachu, go out! Ye Yang shouted. OZW.com. Pick up, pick up! Pikachu immediately jumped out from a hidden place, and hopped over to Ye Yang's shoulder. Pick up, pick up! Well, I know you are hungry, so I will take you to dinner. Seeing Pikachu's hungry appearance in protest, Ye Yang couldn't help laughing. Simply cute and naughty. Subsequently, Ye Yang took Pikachu out of the villa. When he came to the gate of the Gulf Villa community, the guard uncle's attitude towards Ye Yang was obviously respectful. Ye Yang went out, took a taxi, went to eat first, and then went straight to the spirit pet store. So rich? Why take a taxi? The doorman said to himself in puzzlement when he saw that Ye Yang didn't even have his own car. In this era, the rich drive luxury cars. More local tyrants fly. But these are nothing. The one who really hangs up to the sky is the flying spirit pet. Going na Fina is even more domineering, with identity, and compelling. However, these Ye Yang are still there now. Soon, Ye Yang took Pikachu to finish the meal. Come to the largest pet store in Huayang. Here, they specialize in selling and managing spiritual pets. Different clubs are one stop, and there are more types of spirit pets in the specialty store. Welcome, does the handsome guy need me to help you? As soon as Ye Yang took Pikachu into the Jian Poling Pet Specialty Store, a beautiful woman came forward to greet him. One-to-one service, explanation and guidance, sales. Follow the whole journey, on call, gentle attitude and first-class service. Just looking around. Ye Yang smiled softly and said. Chapter 26, Spirit Level 5 Pet. Immediately, Ye Yang's heart fell. Sign in. Ding. The sign-in task begins, and the countdown is 20 minutes. The sound of the system fell. Ye Yang walked around in the Ling Pet store. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he looked at the spirit pet of the mortal bloodline 1 to 9, which had everything that he had in his childhood. I never thought that the Earth 5,000 years later would turn out to be the era of aura recovery. The numerous spiritual pets in front of him made Ye Yang look like a dream. Although the Van level bloodline spirit pet is the lowest level, the price of the lowest price is also tens of thousands of yuan. Spirit level bloodline, not to mention. The price directly doubled. As for the god level bloodline, it is really rare. No one currently owns the entire Huayang city. Of course, Ye Yang is an exception. Man, do you want to buy a high-level bloodline spirit pet? Seeing Ye Yang glance at the ordinary spiritual pets, the beautiful waiter was not interested, and asked with a smile. What is your spiritual pet of the highest bloodline? Ye Yang glanced at the waitress and asked. Spirit pet of level 5 bloodline, a war pet cat. The waitress smiled and took Ye Ning to the high-level bloodline spirit pet sales area. A juvenile level 5 battle pet cat worth several million yuan is very cute. I go. Ye Yang was surprised when he saw the price of the pet cat. Is this Nima a cat comparable to the price of a Ferrari? It's really an era of spiritual pets. Handsome guy, don't look at this cat's cute appearance, but its blood is very strong, it has evolved and grown, and its fighting power is amazing. The beautiful waiter enthusiastically introduced Ye Yang, and did not look down on Ye Yang in the slightest. Ye Yang was very satisfied with the service attitude, and was moved a little. Unfortunately, he doesn't have so much cash. Can you have less? Ye Yang asked. OZW.com. How much can a handsome guy give? The beautiful waiter asked. Ye Yang gestured out 2 fingers. 2 million. The beauty asked, slightly embarrassed. No, 20,000 yuan. Ye Yang shook his head and said. Boom. Suddenly, the beautiful waiter was blown up by Ye Yang's words. 20,000? 20,000 my Ling 5 bloodline battle pet? Did you wake up? Although her heart is very frizzy, the beautiful waiter still smiles to Ye Yang kindly. Handsome guy, don't be kidding, it's impossible to win this battle pet for 2 million. I'm not kidding. If I sell for 20,000 yuan, I will reluctantly buy it. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Ye Yang said with a smile. The beautiful waiter was almost mad at Ye Yang's words. She squeezed a smile from her face stiffly and said, it's really not good, the lowest is 4 million. Forget it. Ye Yang gave up decisively without thinking. He just looked at the waiter's sales attitude and wanted to take care of her business. I didn't expect it to be so expensive. Temeling is only a level 5 bloodline spirit pet. Does he need it? Isn't it sweet to spoil it with the blood of God level 1? He doesn't buy it, I buy it. 4 million, I want it. Just when Ye Yang gave up, a rich young man who was about 25 years old and dressed in a brand name suit walked over and said proudly. When the beauty service sales heard, she was overjoyed. Wang Xiaohao, I will go through the formalities for you right away. Okay. The rich young man, known as Xiao Wang, nodded. Then stepped to Ye Yang's front. You are Ye Yang, right? Hello, I am Wang Kuo, the Wang Group of Huayang City, my house opened. Chapter 27, Do you have a god-level pet? Wang Kuo stretched out his hand and said with a smile to Ye Yang. Ye Yang shook hands with Wang Kuo, wondering why this rich man came up to talk to him. After all, he and Wang Kuo are not the same at all. The status gap is too great. Hello there. Ye Yang smiled, showing politeness. At this time, the procedures for the Ling 5th level pet cat were completed. The beauty service salesman walked over with the contract and said respectfully, Wang Xiao, please sign. Let brother Ye Yang sign. Wang Kuo said. Ye Yang and that beauty's service sales were at the same time stunned, looking at Wang Kuo with a dazed expression. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to pay. Seeing Ye Yang's puzzlement, Wang Kuo quickly explained, I still pay for the money, but the battle pet belongs to you and I give it to you. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, many people next to them couldn't help but take a breath. 4 million battle pets, bought directly and given away, how proud is this? Everyone looked at Ye Yang with envy. Why isn't the one who was spoiled by the level 5 bloodline? Ye Yang frowned and looked at Wang Kuo suspiciously. He never believed that pie would fall in the sky. Especially given by the son of a business family. Sorry, I don't like to take advantage of others. Ye Yang didn't even think about it, and refused directly. Wow! The customers in the Ling Pet store were in an uproar, all looking at Ye Yang in amazement. Is this a good thing? Turned it down? I'm CAO, my brain is wattless, right? Things that no one else could dream of, appeared in front of Ye Yang, but Ye Yang refused. OZW.com This is really awesome. Wang Kuo was taken aback for a moment, obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect Ye Yang to reject himself. Don't listen to what I have to say. Wang Kuo looked at Ye Yang and said with a smile. Not interested in. After Ye Yang finished speaking, he went to see other spirit pets. With your talent, if you come to help my Wang family do things, I will definitely make you a strong generation. Wang Kuo looked at Ye Yang who turned around, and said, I have a 10-year contract to help my Wang family. This war pet is only a deposit. If you agree, I can give you more resources. Ye Yang, consider it carefully. There won't be a second chance like this. You know your own situation and birth conditions better than me. Do you really think that you can practice and become a god? Hearing Wang Kuo's words, Ye Yang's fist clenched involuntarily. This sounds like thinking about yourself and helping yourself. In fact, he was also telling Ye Yang. He is an ordinary person born lowly. It is impossible to become a by self-discipline cultivation. Sarcastic, belittle, look down, and look like a bullying person who stands above him and wants to support Ye Yang. It was Wang Kuo at this time. If it's someone else, maybe they don't care about it. Can't ask for it to be a licking dog, get some resources, and then show off. In the end, it was played in the palm of the hand. But Ye Yang, in this life and this world, is by no means a slave. It is impossible to help the Wang family. Ye Yang turned his head and looked directly at Wang Kuo, without the slightest timidity. He asked word by word, Do you have a god-level spiritual pet? When these words came out, Wang Kuo and everyone around him were stunned. God-level spirit pet, what a rare thing! The world has this class of war favorites, that is not a super descendant genius, or an absolute boss. Although the Wang family is rich and powerful in Huiyang City, but the rare battle pet of the god-level spirit pet is still rare. Chapter 28, 1 million, I meet you once. After a long time, Wang Kuo looked at Ye Yang funny and said, Ye Yang, are you kidding me? How many god-level spirit pets exist? Don't you think this question is funny? I don't think. Ye Yang looked serious and said, your words just now meant to show that your Wang family is rich, powerful, and resourceful. Then now you tell me in front of everyone here, do you have a god-level spiritual pet? Does your entire Wang family have it? Wang Kuo's face was darkened by Ye Yang's series of questions, and he felt that he couldn't get off the stage. Originally wanted to use money to hit Ye Yang and let Ye Yang be his subordinate to serve his royal family. Who knows, Ye Yang shouldn't give him face so much. I don't have a god-level spirit pet in my Wang family, but my spirit is 7th. Without a god-level spiritual pet, why do you question me? Before Wang Kuo finished speaking, Ye Yang interrupted directly, without a god-level spiritual pet, why would you belittle me? Just because you are a rich second generation. Another wave of questions left Wang Kuo completely speechless. He never thought that he was rich and powerful, and he would be so unbearable in front of a rural hillbilly. What makes him face? Prince Wang, thank you for your kindness. But Ye Yang, even if I was born lowly, I rely on myself. Ye Yang said firmly with a face, you should keep it for yourself, this is a level 5 battle pet. Hiss. As soon as his voice fell, the people around him took a sharp breath. Never thought that Ye Yang would dare to talk to Wang Kuo like this. The meaning between these words is that Wang Kuo depends on his parents. At the same time, it showed Ye Yang's backbone. Ha, he he. When Wang Kuo heard the words, he immediately smiled, it seems that I am too high on myself. But this mere level 5 battle pet, I'm afraid you won't have it in your life. OZW.com. Ye Yang curled his lips in disdain and looked at Wang Kuo, do you want to see a god-level spiritual pet? What? Wang Kuo was taken aback for a moment, staring at Ye Yang. 1 million yuan, I will meet you once and let you see a god-level spiritual pet. Ye Yang said. Puff. Wang Kuo and his surroundings suddenly vomited blood and burst into laughter. Are these little brothers funny? God-level spirits do not have one of us in Huiyang City. Look at photos or videos. It's a laugh. It seems that he is a person with a problem in his head. I'll just say, how could someone refuse such a good thing? Suddenly, everyone's eyes on Ye Yang changed. Think that Ye Yang is not a normal brain. Wang Kuo also instantly regained his superiority. He looked at Ye Yang and said as if mocking Ye Yang, okay, don't say 1 million, if you can have a god-level spiritual pet, I will transfer 2 million yuan to you immediately. A word is a deal. Ye Yang laughed at Wang Kuo like an idiot. He made 2 million yuan. Where is the spirit pet bloodline tester? He glanced around and asked. Here, please follow me. The beauty service sales pointed to a direction and said. Later, Ye Yang and Wang Kuo, as well as many customers who watched the excitement, followed the beauty service sales and came to the Soul Pet bloodline test area of the Soul Pet store. An extremely high-tech testing instrument appeared in front of everyone. This instrument needs to use aura as a motive force to accurately test the blood of the pet. The test method is very simple, as long as the spirit pet is placed on the dedicated blood vessel tester. Chapter 29, Sign-in task completed. After reading the spirit pet test instrument, everyone's eyes turned to Ye Yang. The meaning is obvious, just want Ye Yang to take out the god-level spirit pet to see if it is true or not. Ye Yang smiled. For others, this might be able to suffocate people to death. But for him, it is not difficult. God-level summoning technique. Wow! As soon as Ye Yang's summoning technique was activated, the dazzling light flooded the entire spiritual pet store in an instant. Everyone quickly closed their eyes and waited a while before slowly opening them. Pick up, pick up! Pikachu appeared from a certain space, saw Yang, and shouted angrily. Sorry, I didn't know you were practicing. Yang smiled apologetically, and said, go there and test your blood. Skin. Pikachu cocked his mouth and took a breath, and then slouched onto the spirit pet bloodline tester. The people around stared blankly. Although it's not uncommon for a spirit pet to hear people's words. But I always feel that Yang's spiritual pet Pikachu's spirituality is extraordinary. How do I feel that this spirit pet is a bit familiar? Yang? It seems to have heard the name there too. A few customers looked at Pikachu, suddenly realized and were shocked. Cao, isn't he the Yang who has been on the internet in the past 2 days? Really, look, it's the same person. In an instant, Yang was suddenly recognized by several customers who occasionally watched the short video app. Although the others do not understand what the situation is. But there is a feeling that Yang is not simple. Let's start. Yang didn't care, exclaimed. Okay. The beauty service sales nodded. Immediately mobilize the spiritual energy in the body and infuse it into the blood vessel of the spirit pet. Suddenly, the instrument radiated a blue light, covering Pikachu's body, scanning in all directions. Enter Pikachu's figure into it, and determine the bloodline through the combination of Reiki technology. OZW.com. I saw the blood vessel appear on the screen. Van level 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 9. Breakthrough. Spirit level 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Breakthrough. In the end, it was frozen, God level bloodline, level 1. OM. When everyone saw this result, their heads were as if they had received a strong shock, a paste, and they were in extreme shock. God level bloodline spirit pet is really a God level bloodline spirit pet. It's incredible. This seemingly cute spirit pet turned out to be a God level spirit pet. Terrible. Pikachu, come back. Yang exclaimed after seeing the results appear. The people around were shocked. It took a long time to recover from the shock. When he looked at Yang again, he was completely impressed. For Pikachu, he is full of desire, love, and greed. Prince Wang, 2 million, don't go back. Yang looked at Wang Kuo and smiled. At this moment, Wang Kuo's heart was surging like a river and a sea. He was shocked, indescribably shocked. It never occurred to him that Yang really had a God-level spirit pet. Originally wanted to pretend to be a force in front of Yang, but Yang showed his face. Also lost 2 million. Money is a small matter. Losing face is a big deal. Turn it over. Wang Kuo's expression sank and he transferred 2 million to Yang's account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for depositing 2 million yuan into the HSBC bank account. In the next second, a system prompt sounded in Yang's mind, and he even managed his bank account, which was not bad. Ding! The sign-in task is complete. Then, another system prompt sounded. Chapter 30, Rich Rewards, the second pet. Congratulations to host Yang, Reward 1, 10,000 Realms Digimon Spirit Pet, Puppy Beast. Get Reward 2, 100% success rate once. Reward 3, Bloodline Fluoroscopy. Reward 4, Wanja Mall is open for purchase for a limited time. The rewards made Yang happy. The sign-in time is 10 minutes long, and I didn't expect the rewards to be so much. It's comparable to a newcomer spree. Ding! Because the host has successfully signed in for 3 consecutive days, the system will reward 1 consecutive sign. Ding! The double sign task has been released. Please host Yang to any martial arts hall in Huayang City within 2 hours and sign in for 5 minutes. Just when Yang was happy for the reward, The prompt sound of the God level 10,000 realms sign-in system came into his mind again. Ye Yang was overjoyed again. Concatenated. This shows that I can sign in again today and get rewards. Just think about it. Pikachu, go back and practice. The seal on Ye Yang's hand changed, and Pikachu's figure was as if he had escaped into the void. Back to the living space of the spiritual pet-specific contract. Immediately, he turned and walked outside the Ling Pet store. Ready to go for joint signing. The eyes of everyone around were still astonished, looking at Ye Yang's back, their eyes were full of envy. Ye Yang, can you sell me your spiritual pet? I will pay 20 million yuan. Wang Kuo squeezed his fist, his heart was cruel, and he shouted while looking at Ye Yang's back. In front of the God-level spirit pet, the momentary face is no longer important. A God-level spirit pet can bring much benefit to a person and a family. That is unimaginable. So even though Wang Kuo seemed to be educated by Ye Yang today, he was extremely upset. But he still wanted the God-level spirit pet in Ye Yang's hands. Not for sale. Ye Yang didn't turn his head. OZW.com. 50 million. Wang Kuo snapped his teeth, and the price rose wildly, showing how much he pursued a God-level spiritual pet. Hiss. The people around were shocked, and they sighed that the attraction of God-level spirit pets to people was too great. If they had money, they would also pay 50 million. Prince Wang, money is not everything. Even if you add 100 million or 200 million today, I will not sell it. Ye Yang smiled softly and left after speaking. Leave the longing and unwilling Wang Kuo, and the astonished people. When Wang Kuo looked at that Ling 5th level battle pet cat again, he suddenly felt that this battle pet was rubbish. Only then did he understand that Ye Yang was disdainful of it. If you have a God level pet, will you still look at it? Obviously look down upon. Master, take me to the martial arts gym in the city, whatever you want. Ye Yang walked out of the spirit pet store, called a car, and went straight to the martial arts hall. Sitting in the car, recalling everything just now, he didn't regret it at all. Pikachu was his first friend and partner in this era. He would never give up his lifeblood to others. Although, after the spirit pet is contracted, the owner can communicate with the spirit pet to terminate the contract and sell it to others to contract again. But Ye Yang would never do this. Check the puppies. In the car, Ye Yang gave an order in his heart. The system immediately displayed the puppy beast's information panel, which caught Ye Yang's mind. Spirit pet, puppy beast. Bloodline, none. Level, growth body. Attribute, light attribute. Type, auxiliary combat fusion type. Stunning, the puppy roars. Auxiliary ability, brings a 5% increase in cultivation speed for the contract owner. Chapter 31, God Level Blood, Blood of the Holy Dragon. Important reminder, since the puppy beast comes from the digital world of 10,000 worlds and does not have its own blood, the host is requested to infuse the puppy beast with blood. See the property panel that is slightly more cumbersome than Pikachu. Ye Yang noticed the peculiarity that the puppy beast had no blood. And, you need to personally increase the blood of the puppy beast. Digimon world creatures are all digits. The flesh is just an incarnation. If you want to truly become a spiritual pet, you must infuse your blood. That is, the blood of a certain spirit pet. Then, you can become a true pet. Ye Yang clearly remembered that the evolutionary path of Puppy Beast was an angel-level Digimon. If he becomes his own favorite, his combat power will be considerable. Coupled with the 5% acceleration of cultivation, Ye Yang was very satisfied with this spiritual pet. After all, it can evolve into a celestial beast. Smirk. Immediately, Ye Yang immediately looked into the time-limited system Wanja Mall. In this mall, there are everything within 10,000 worlds. As long as you have money, you can buy it. But it needs Wanja E coin. Ye Yang looked at it casually, and exclaimed. There are so many good things. Jenny Turtle, Pikhu, a human and other spirit pets. Weapons are also from 10,000 realms, Xianyuan sword, 8-foot mirror, and even the golden hoop rods are on horseback, which is also 666. However, the price is ridiculously expensive. That's it. After choosing for a while, Yang finally fixed his gaze on the first level bloodline injection. The initial bloodline of God level 1, the blood of the Holy Dragon. Price, 1 million yuan. Yang acted immediately to see how to buy. Ding, host Yang, does it consume 2 million yuan in future coins to exchange for 1 million yuan in world coins? A systematic reminder appeared in Yang's mind. OZW.com Yang suddenly said that I am CAO. How expensive? Will the 2 yuan in the future be equal to 1 million yuan? This is just one bloodline, and it costs 1 million world coins, which is too expensive. However, for their own future. In order to become stronger, for the God-level spiritual pet. It's all worth it. Exchange. Yang's heart was cruel, and the 2 million he had just earned was spent all of a sudden. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yang for successfully exchanging 10,000 world coins. You have 1 million world coins. Would you like to buy the blood of God level 1 immediately? Holy Dragon blood. Yes. Ding! Congratulations to host Yang, for successfully purchasing God level 1 bloodline, Holy Dragon blood. In the next second, Yang succeeded in purchasing the bloodline. Blood vein injection is a kind of culture method. In the current world, many people choose bloodline injections to cultivate their bloodlines in order to obtain advanced bloodline spirit pets. As long as the cultivation is successful, and it merges with it, the bloodline of the pet will change. However, the failure rate is extremely high. There are many fake bloodline injections on the market, they are expensive, and very few people use them. But this is only the first method. The second method is used by many people. That is the blood booster. After injection, blood vessels can be improved. The success rate is high, and the price is relatively cheap, but the bloodline increase speed is very slow. Yang Gang's spirit pet has no blood, so it must be cultivated and fused. And what he wants is the lineup of all God bloodline spirit pets. Inject blood. Puppy Beast. After the purchase was successful, Yang immediately began blood injection. Unlike the real world, it is necessary to give the spirit pet an injection, Yang only needs to give an order. Leave everything to the God level 10,000 realms sign-in system. Chapter 32, Spirit Pet Evolution, sign in at the Martial Arts Hall. Ding, a 100% success rate is triggered. Ding, congratulations to host Yang for completing the Spirit Pet Puppy Beast Fusion God Level 1 Bloodline, the blood of the Holy Dragon. In a moment, the blood vein was injected and merged with the puppy. Ding, the Puppy Beast incarnate has become a true spiritual pet. Ding. The Puppy Beast reaches the limit of the evolution stage and can directly evolve and enter the mature body. Does it evolve? Evolution. Yang said decisively without even thinking about it. This is a good thing, do not hesitate. Ding, the Puppy Beast is evolving. Ding. The Puppy Beast has evolved successfully, Dialogue Beast. Delumen, mature body. Bloodline, the blood of God level 1 Holy Dragon. Level, mature. Attribute, light attribute. Type, auxiliary combat fusion type. Stunning skill, Maomoquan. Auxiliary ability, brings a 10% increase in cultivation speed for the contract owner. As the Puppy Beast evolved into the Dialogue Beast, its abilities have also improved. The auxiliary practice speed has reached 10%. Yang's heart was so happy, so that he would have 2 God-level spirit pets. But after reading the attributes of Delumen, Yang found that it was a little different from Pikachu. Pikachu's bloodline, without marking what kind of bloodline it is God level 1, which made him a little curious. Laugh. Handsome guy, Jilia Martial Arts Hall is here. At this moment, the taxi driver braked and smiled at Ye Yang. Okay. Ye Yang recovered, gave the money, opened the car door, and went on. He looked at the martial arts hall in front of him, Jilia Martial Arts Hall. The martial arts hall is naturally a place to practice martial arts. It is specially designed to cultivate aura and hone open combat skills for combatants. OZW.com. In the martial arts hall, there is only one thing that can be done, and that is fighting. No matter if you are here to learn or to learn from each other, what you cannot do without is always fighting. But there is one condition: you cannot use the pet. This is only the place to practice the war master himself. To fight your pet, you have to go to the Colosseum. It would be terrible if a war pet fights with others. Need to go to a comprehensive venue, the professional arena of war spirits. Sign in. Entering the Jilia Martial Arts Hall, Ye Yang immediately began to sign in. Ding! Sign-in begins, countdown, 5 minutes. As soon as the system's voice fell, a man wearing white clothes and with a belt walked up to Ye Yang. Little brother, do you want to learn martial arts? Have you signed up yet? The man is about 30 years old, with strong muscles and very developed. No, I'll see and leave. Ye Yang smiled and said. The man's face suddenly sank, and his attitude changed drastically. This is nothing good. It's not an apprentice. You can't enter our martial arts gym. Please go out. Ye Yang is speechless. This Nima is really realistic. If you can't make any money, won't you give a good look? Smile bitterly. Can I watch it and make a decision? Ye Yang casually found a reason to delay time. Anyway, it's only 5 minutes, and it will pass quickly. After signing in, he will leave. He doesn't want to stay in this place yet. Collecting money for teaching is a waste of time. Yes, but you have to pay a deposit first to prevent you from stealing the teacher and learning art. The 30-year-old man said. I wipe. Ye Yang suddenly ran by with 10,000 Cao Nima in his heart. Are you afraid of someone stealing a teacher to learn art? Mad, do you want to face? Kurobutakin. Poor money. Chapter 33, God of War Cultivation Body, 3 consecutive upgrades. Ye Yang's heart was full of contempt for Jilia Wushu Hall. Although he always knew that the martial arts hall was used to fool ordinary people and low-level fighters. But I didn't expect it to be so bad. But in order to sign in, he decided to endure first. When 5 minutes is up, leave immediately. This is not in compliance with the rules, right? You don't need a deposit if you look at other martial arts schools. Ye Yang said solemnly. That's not their martial arts gym. My Jilia Martial Arts Gym is famous in Huayang City. The 30-year-old man brags for a while, leaving Ye Yang speechless. Nima, if it wasn't for signing in, will I listen to your nonsense here? He took a look at the time. There was 1 minute left. It was almost time. Little brother, look at my apprentices. All of them are young and handsome, young talents and extraordinary forces. They are all taught by me. Don't hesitate, sign up. While bragging, the man said, 30,000 yuan per semester, 2 months of teaching, you will become stronger. Ye Yang. He really doesn't know why this martial arts teacher has such a thick skin. This bragging skill really made him admire. Moreover, changing faces is faster than turning a book. If you don't learn, you will be blown away immediately. If you want to learn martial arts, he will give you a bunch of them. It is not a talent. Ding! Congratulations to the host Ye Yang for completing the sign-in and getting the reward, the God of War Cultivation Body. God of War Cultivation Body, a special training physique that exists in ancient legends of Reiki rejuvenation. It is said that he was born with supernatural power, talented, and practiced at an incredible speed. Fuck, and this stuff. Hearing the reward, Yang was instantly excited. Isn't this something unique to the fantasy world? This future world also exists? There is absolutely no impression in the memory of his body. Boom. OZW.com. In the next second, Yang felt his whole body full of power. Then the level of his spiritual energy cultivation began to rise due to the fusion of the God of War cultivation body. Battle Division 4. Battle Division Level 5. Battle Division Level 6. Upgrade to 3 levels in a row, without any fluctuations, easily. Yang couldn't imagine, would he be able to fly after practicing? The whole body bones, like reborn, are countless times stronger than before. The level of aura is only the initial change of the original state of the fusion of the God of War cultivation body. If you practice seriously, I am afraid it will be even more amazing. Argilia Martial Arts Center. After signing in, Yang came back to his senses and found that the master of the martial arts hall was still blowing in front of him. He is also drunk. Ahem. I'm finished watching, let's go now. Yang coughed awkwardly, then turned and walked outside the martial arts hall. You. The master of the martial arts hall had a stiff face, and his heart was raging instantly. Little devil, are you playing with me? Without waiting for Yang to reply, a group of fierce people suddenly walked in outside the door and blocked the gate of the martial arts hall aggressively. Yang frowned. Does this mean to do something? Who opened this martial arts gym? The leader blocking the gate, a big guy with a black star tattoo on his forehead, asked loudly. The master was taken aback by the situation and did not dare to speak. Yang stood between the two, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. It turned out that it was not to block himself, someone came to ask for trouble, and it had nothing to do with him. I'll step on the horse and ask again, who opened this martial arts gym? The guy with the black star tattoo roared, making many people shrink their necks. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely depressing. The boss is behind me, you let me out first, I'm in a hurry. Yang looked at the fierce man in front of him and said seriously. Chapter 34, Yang kicked. The college entrance examination is imminent, and he doesn't want to waste time in these irrelevant places. Hurry home and contract the second spiritual pet. Boy, don't you understand the situation? The leading man's eyes condensed, falling on Yang's body, and shouting, go and squat first, don't hinder us from doing things. If things are not done today, no one wants to leave. Yang frowned when he heard the words of the leader. Why? Not convinced. Seeing that Yang frowned and stood in place, he didn't even move. The face of the leading man suddenly became more vicious. You don't study hard at school at this age. Why do you want to go out? Either wait for us to finish things, or you just walk out in front of us. The leading man dropped his voice. The people stuck in the Gilead Martial Arts Hall all gave off a frivolous and provocative smile. More arrogantly, he directly pointed his finger at Yang and shouted, come on, kid, try, can you rush out from our block? The ugly words are the first, if you fail, you will be miserable. Oh! Yang clenched his fist and made a bone crunch. Oh, looking at this posture, I'm planning to do it. Come here, my uncles and brothers will play with you. Look at what you learned in this trash martial arts gym. A group of 5 big and 3 thick men were full of rogue auras, and looked at Yang with a playful expression. He completely treated Yang as a plaything. Yang couldn't bear it, these guys were too arrogant. You really have lived so much for nothing. As Yang's voice fell, the spiritual energy in his body was gradually drifting out. The whole person's momentum has risen straight up. War Master, he is a War Master. Damn, this kid won't be a war spiritist, right? OZW.com. Then he has spiritual pets? Seeing the spiritual energy floating around Yang, there was still a trace of thunder and lightning. A group of men blocking the door suddenly showed fear on their faces. As a spiritual pet without a contract, they are pure martial arts. Bully the ordinary martial artist at best. Facing the war spirit master, that is the part to be beaten. Brother, don't be impulsive, we will let you. Boom. Before the leading man finished speaking, Yang stepped on his feet, and the ground instantly cracked and sank. The whole person rushed towards the gate of the martial arts hall like a cannonball, lifting his leg and kicking. Boom. What? Suddenly, muffled sounds mixed with screams came out. Yang kicked the group of ruffian men out of the martial arts hall. This. The masters and apprentices in the martial arts hall were surprised. They stared at Yang's back outside the door dumbfounded, shocked in their hearts. Especially the martial arts master at Gaowu Martial Arts Center, the whole person was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Yang was so strong, he turned out to be a war spiritist. Fortunately, he was bragging in front of Yang just now that he wants to come, he is really a big fool. I'm asking for hardship. Yang glanced at the simple martial arts practitioner who was knocked over by himself, and left without stopping. Little master, accept us as disciples, we want to worship you as a teacher. How much tuition is fine? As long as you are willing to teach us. When Yang was about to leave, the apprentices in the Gaowu Martial Arts Hall ran out all of a sudden and surrounded Yang. Chapter 35, Everyone's Plea, the mall closes down. They looked at Yang with admiration and begged Yang to accept them as apprentices. I don't open a martial arts gym. You can find someone else. Yang looked at the Gaowu martial arts apprentice in front of him, and said lightly. The master of the martial arts school saw this scene with a green face. This is not to give him any face, just make a change. But he did not dare to complain. Otherwise, I have to thank Yang. If it weren't for Yang, he might have been beaten. Although Yang didn't want to help him. I just want to go back to contract a new spirit pet, Delumen. No. Little master, we just want to worship you as a teacher, you can accept us. The martial arts apprentice kept begging Yang, leaving Yang speechless. Although he knew that war spirits existed like gods to ordinary people. But that's not the case, right? After all, there are still many war spirits. Little master, if you don't have a martial arts gym, you can teach in my martial arts gym, and the tuition can be divided into you. The master of Gaowu Wushu Hall walked out at this time, and his attitude towards Yang became much more respectful. This. Yang hesitated, thinking about whether to make this money. Yes, little master, you can teach us in this martial arts hall, and we can add money to you separately, as long as you are willing to come. The apprentices in the martial arts hall heard the teacher's words, and they all agreed. They have already paid the tuition. I am willing to give you 70%, 20% to rent, and I earn 10%. Seeing Yang's hesitation, the master of the martial arts museum said quickly, if you come, I don't have to make money, it's all yours. Are you so generous? OZW.com. Yang looked suspiciously at the martial arts master, this guy didn't look like a generous person. Want me to be your martial arts thug? Protect your martial arts. This. After Yang's careful thoughts in his heart were suddenly dismantled, the martial arts master showed an embarrassment on his face. I have this idea, but... Sorry, I don't like to wipe someone's ass. Yang interrupted the martial arts master's words and said, I can teach you for a month, but a class for 2 days, a class can be up to 2 hours, and the tuition will be discussed. Okay, listen to the little master, then little master, where do we learn martial arts? When everyone heard Yang's words, they nodded immediately and asked excitedly, wait for the notice, add my love account. Then Yang left a contact information and took a taxi and left. Master, let's withdraw the tuition, you are kicked in the gym, it is too dangerous, we will not study. Yes, we have to withdraw the tuition fee. After Ye Yang left, another incident occurred in Jiliaowuguan. However, it has nothing to do with him. He wants to rush home now, contract the second spirit pet, Dialogue Beast. Mature body. However, after the evolution of the growth body, the level of strength is even higher. Ding, the system prompts, the open mall at Wanjiashi will close in 20 minutes, please hurry up if the host wants to purchase items. On the way, the voice of the God level 10,000 realms sign-in system rang in Ye Yang's mind. Ye Yang's heart is speechless, just close it. Anyway, I don't have money to buy the stuff inside. Mad, it's expensive. I have 20,000 cash left all over his body. I still need to live with my spiritual pet. Afterwards, Ye Yang returned to his 30 million villa, preparing to contract the second spiritual pet. Chapter 36, the second pet of the contract. Hey, is Tian Mi I take away? 4 fruit salads, 4 pizzas, 1 chicken drumstick rice, pork knuckle rice, hamburger. Ye Yang first called and ordered a takeaway. Send to the Gulf Villa Community, Building A, No 1. Beeb. After speaking, he tapped the virtual screen and hung up the phone. Then, walked to the courtyard of the big villa. System, let the Dialogue Beast out. Ye Yang said softly. Hey! The next second, a burst of light shone out. Immediately, Dialogue Beast appeared in front of Ye Yang. Ye Yang looked intently. He had long ears, a long tail, and a sacred ring on his tail. He was covered with white fur and was taller than Pikachu, very cute. Why didn't you wear gloves? Looking at Delumen, Ye Yang suddenly frowned. He remembers that in Digimon, Delumen wears gloves, right? Ding, this Dialogue Beast, unharmed, is a brand new spirit pet. Host Ye Yang can buy special gloves for Delumen in Wanja Mall. Ye Yang had doubts about Delumen in his heart, and the system immediately answered him. He immediately glanced at the mall. It feels that the Dialogue Beast with gloves on is the complete Dialogue Beast. What the heck? I saw that Delumen's special gloves actually needed 300,000 world coins, which was 600,000 future coins. Ye Yang couldn't help but burst into a swear word. This is so special, a pair of gloves costs 600,000 yuan? Why not grab it? Gold is not so expensive. But when he saw the attributes he put on, Ye Yang was suddenly moved. Increase the attack power of Delumen by 50%. This is pretty awesome. Ye Yang glanced at Delumen's hands, which were actually the changed palms of Puppy Beast. The stunt is Malmoquin. OZW.com. The body is evolved from the Puppy Beast. Nima, this is a bit confusing and complicated. I will buy it for you when I have the money. Ye Yang sighed for a long time, and then began to contract Delumen. God-level contract technique. Delumen did not resist at all, obviously he agreed with Ye Yang and was willing to enter into a contract with Ye Yang. Ding! Congratulations to the host Ye Yang contract Delumen for success. Ding! The beast-light attribute of Diluo successfully blessed the host's aura. Hint, the host's aura cultivation increases by 10%. Soon, Ye Yang completed the contract for the second spirit pet. He immediately felt that a strong connection had been established between himself and Dialogue Beast. Are you my master? Delumen stood in the courtyard of the villa, looking at Ye Yang and asked. The words spoken turned out to be human words. Amount. Ye Yang was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect Delumen to speak directly. Well, hello, my name is Ye Yang, and you will be my partner from today. Ye Yang smiled and summoned Pikachu again. It's called Pikachu, and it's also our partner. Skin. Pikachu's soul acute, looking at Ye Yang, Pika. I have already bought food, it will be here soon, you foodie. Ye Yang looked at Pikachu and said. Piku Pikshu. Pikachu jumped up happily. Go back to the house, we will fight together from now on. Yang looked at Pikachu and Delumen with a smile, and said. Pikachu is very active, while Delumen is slightly quiet. I don't know if it's because of gender. After all, Delumen is an angel that can evolve into a celestial beast. Chapter 37, Sprint for the College Entrance Examination, Start Casual Training. After returning to the house, Yang exchanged feelings with the two spirit pets. Soon, the takeaway arrived. Rich lunch, Delumen, Pikachu, and Yang were very happy. Pikachu's appetite is getting bigger and bigger, and Yang's order of 4 is not enough. Later, 2 more copies were added. For a lunch, Yang ate thousands of yuan. That heartache! The cash in the whole body is less than 20,000 yuan, so eating like this is really not going to last a few days. This is still the case when the Delumen doesn't eat much. If Delumen has a big appetite like Pikachu. Even worse. God-level spirit pets are not easy to raise. Yang couldn't help but sigh when he thought that the consumption of meals alone would be extremely expensive. In the afternoon, Yang did not go out again. He practiced behind closed doors at home. First, I experienced a handful of God of War cultivation body, coupled with the assistance of Delumen 10% of the cultivation speed. It was almost like flying in a plane, and the aura was running fast. Then he tried blood fluoroscopy. One can see through a spirit pet's bloodline level and physique level at a glance. This is very convenient for Yang's future battles and can play a big role. Finally, Yang began to practice his first volume combat skills in his life. 3rd rank combat skill, Benlay Fist. Benlay Fist, combined with thunder and lightning, when released, the fist will be surrounded by thunder and lightning, enhancing the combatant's attack power. After practicing for a few hours, Yang mastered Benlay Fist. Hey, finally it's done. At sunset, Yang let out a sigh of relief, his whole body wet with sweat. He immediately went back to the house and took a shower, changed a new set of clothes, blew his hair, and he was handsome. At this time, the sky has entered the night. Pikachu and Delumen were hungry, looked at Yang, and waited for food. OZW.com. Yang was ashamed, called and ordered takeaway, thousands of yuan was gone. Eat and drink enough to sleep, get up in the morning to pee. Pikachu, Delumen, go out. Yang shouted loudly after getting up to wash. Pikachu and Delumen immediately ran out, and followed Yang to eat breakfast. Then, began to sprint for the college entrance examination. In this era, the college entrance examination. 2 exams of arts and military subjects are required. The liberal arts is naturally a written test, answer the questions. Wu-K, of course, used force. The written test is very simple, and 70% of people can pass it, not to mention Yang, a liberal arts champion. Wu-K, that's difficult. Want to go to a good university? The starting level required for the War Spiritist is the 5th rank of the War Master. And want to enter a prestigious key university? Don't even think about it without the rank of War Spirits. And this is just an entry requirement. Yang wanted to take the exam for North China War Spiritualist University. The world's top universities. Entry requirements, War Spirit Level 2 War Spirit Master. Yang is now only the 6th level of the Battle Division, the 2nd level from the War Spirit, and the 6th level of the threshold to be crossed. Therefore, he must work hard. Casual repair, from now on. Master, go to the wild area. Yang hit a car on the side of the road and said. When the driver heard Yang's words, his face suddenly sank, and he said with a frightened expression, "Little brother, the wilderness is not very peaceful recently. I owe you or don't go." Why? Yang frowned and looked at the driver in confusion. Did you not watch the news? The spirit beasts in the wild area have gone crazy recently, attacking humans indiscriminately. Chapter 38, The more dangerous the place, the more suitable for me. The driver looked back at Ye Yang and said, "Brother, I advise you not to go out. I heard that many people who have gone out are injured. And what's even more strange is that the people who went out recently, after returning, their contracted spirit pets have undergone strange changes." Ye Yang heard this and immediately asked curiously, "What's the change?" "Out of control, crazy, and attacking people indiscriminately," the driver said. "Did you find out the cause?" Ye Yang asked. "Not yet, the federal branch of Huayang City is investigating the cause," the driver said. Ye Yang's face was a bit heavy. From this point of view, the wild area is very dangerous. He took out his phone and checked the latest news. There are strange things about recent appearances. Because of this strange incident, Ye Yang's momentary enthusiasm was gradually covered. This is also a good thing for Ye Yang. However, now he is thinking, should he go out? "Brother, are you still going?" After a while, the driver looked back at Ye Yang and asked. "Haha, the more dangerous the place, the more suitable for me." Ye Yang smiled and said. The driver was suddenly startled, thinking that Ye Yang would even go after knowing the danger in the wild area. I really don't know if Ye Yang is not afraid of death, or is his brain wrong. However, since Ye Yang was going to do business, he naturally sent Ye Yang to the enchantment zone on the edge of Huayang City. The so-called enchantment. It is the Federation's use of high-tech, coupled with the strong creation to protect the city, the spiritual power of the human settlement. In this age of spiritual pet cultivation, humans are not the only creatures. Nor is it the strongest existence. Thousands of years ago, the Earth had experienced a big wash. The crazy mutation and evolution of various creatures made their power soar. For a period of time, mankind was in danger and almost perished. OZW.com. Fortunately, the ancestors blazed a path of cultivation and refined qi, which stabilized one's place of existence. Later, the war spiritist appeared. It has continued, and it is now. However, outside the place where humans live. It's a wild area. In the wild area, there are spirit beasts. Spirit beast, it is a wild pet. Born in the wild, his personality is unruly, and even horrible, he even wants to eat people. However, there are also some wild spirit pets with strong bloodlines. War spirits who have no money will come to the wild to find these wild spirit pets as their spirit pets. Tame it, contract, and become a partner. Fighting power often exceeds the spiritual pets cultivated by humans. Your ID please. At the gate of the enchantment, the War Spirit Division Army of the Union State was on duty 24 hours a day, stopped Ye Yang, and said. Ye Yang took out his ID card and handed it to the gatekeeper. After some inspection, a middle-aged man looked at Ye Yang and said, "Little brother, be careful when you go out. Recently, the outside is not very peaceful. If you encounter danger, come back quickly." "Okay, I will." Ye Yang nodded, took back his ID card, and stepped out. The guarding army and the Human War Division opened the barrier and let Ye Yang go out. After Ye Yang left, the barrier closed again. But outside the enchantment, there are still soldiers guarding them. And there are several times more personnel than inside. God-level summoning technique. Pikachu. Dialogue Beast. Wow! As soon as he walked out of the enchantment gate, Ye Yang directly formed the summoning seal and summoned his spirit pet. Chapter 39, Mature Level 3 Spirit Beast. After a dazzling light, Pikachu and Dialogue Beast appeared in front of Ye Yang from the living space of the spirit pet. "Go, jungle!" Ye Yang yelled and took Pikachu and Illumin into the wild area. The soldiers and people behind him were stunned. Now it is a dangerous time, the danger index is almost reaching the prohibition of people from leaving the city. This young man is so handsome? But actually Ye Yang just relaxes himself. It was because he knew that there was danger, he was the first to summon the spirit pet. Otherwise, when you encounter danger at that time, what should I do if I call a spirit pet and GG in advance? 3 or 2 steps to the outer enchantment. Without guards, you can go out directly. But when you come in, only humans can pass. Walking out of the outer barrier is the wild area. You can see a lush green forest, lush flowers and plants, and pleasant scenery. This beautiful natural environment makes people feel very refreshed. But the danger inside is something that no one can ignore. After entering, be careful, and report any movement as soon as possible. Yang looked at Pikachu and Illumin, and said, "Pi, good." Pikachu and Illumin nodded, followed Yang, and walked into the green field area. There was no human figure in his sight. Did not see a wild spirit pet, that is, a spirit beast. The scenery along the way made Yang very satisfied. Just like that, go all the way. Gradually, Yang and his spiritual pet went deep into the wild forest. The atmosphere slowly became a little weird. Didn't it mean that there are a lot of spirit beasts attacking humans indiscriminately? Why haven't they encountered one? Yang stood in the jungle, looking around, looking for the spirit beast, with a puzzled expression. OZW.com. He had been walking for half an hour, so he didn't even see a spirit beast. This is a bit embarrassing. You know, Yang's purpose in coming to this field area is to cultivate. What is practice in the field? Of course it was a fight. Fighting with spirit beasts in the wild can enhance your pet's strength more effectively. This was the first time Yang had formally practiced the way of a war spiritist. He didn't want to just wander around here and went back. Whatever spirit beast, come one, I'm CAO. Yang vomited weakly, as if praying. Pi, pick up. As soon as his voice fell, Pikachu signaled danger. Master, a creature is approaching. Diluo Beast also discovered that it is a mature spirit pet that evolved from a puppy beast, but it is quite sensitive. Yang looked at the surroundings vigilantly, his aura perception fully opened. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came out. Immediately afterwards, a spirit beast with black and yellow patterns all over its fur rushed out of a jungle. The host. Pick up, pick up. When Illumin and Pikachu saw that spirit beast rushed out, they rushed towards Yang and immediately jumped up to meet the enemy. However, Yang reacted quickly, and he hugged Pikachu and Diluo Beast accordingly, and jumped hard with his feet to avoid the spirit beast's catch. He turned his head and looked intently, and it turned out to be a wild leopard beast. The bloodline perspective technique even penetrated the level of the spirit beast in front of him in an instant. Spirit beast, black winged leopard. Bloodline, where is level 8? Level, mature body level 3. Type, pure combat spirit beast. Stunning, unknown. Chapter 40, Diluo Beast goes out to fight, kills black winged leopard in seconds, and obtains spirit P. The black winged leopard is a mature spirit beast that is one of the 2 evolutionary roots of the winged leopard. The speed and strength are much stronger than the gale leopard. Roar. When he fell to the ground, black winged leopard's savage corner of his mouth roared at Yang and his spirit pet. Those blood-red eyes and the remaining blood stains at the corners of the mouth seemed to have just eaten. There is something wrong with this spirit beast. Yang looked at the black winged leopard, his brows frowned with that fierce appearance. Mature body level 3. Even higher than his 2 spirit pets. Moreover, the unusual reaction of the black winged leopard made its combat effectiveness significantly more crazy. This situation gave Yang a bad premonition. Spirit beasts are crazy, but the individual's words are normal, maybe they are poisoned, frightened, or something. But if the number appears too much, that is very abnormal. This made Yang couldn't help but think of the terrible things that happened thousands of years ago. The pet is controlled by a kind of incantation, and the person it does is an evil unpopular profession, the incanter. Evil people who rely on spells to fight have always been the deadly enemies of war spirits. However, it still disappeared for many years. Master, be careful, it's going to attack. When Daluman saw the slight behavior of the black-winged leopard, he read the thoughts of the black-winged leopard. In the next second, the black-winged leopard with a mature body of level 3, as Dialogue Beast said, a claw tore towards Yang. The level is in place, but unfortunately, the bloodline gap is too big. Seeing the black-winged leopard rushing towards his face, Yang didn't panic at all. Dialogue Beast, let me see your strength and get it done. Yes. Hearing Yang's words, Daluman immediately walked out. The figure below his feet looked worthless in front of the black-winged leopard. But its strength of the god-level bloodline is not weaker than the black-winged leopard in front of it. Although, Daluman's level is mature body level 1. The black-winged leopard is a level 3 mature body. What about the difference between the two levels? The bloodline gap tells you who is better. OZW.com. Malmo Quan. Boom bang bang. Just when the black-winged leopard was approaching Yang and his spirit pet, Dialogue Beast jumped up directly on the spot, 2 fists madly slammed on the black-winged leopard's head, and a dull sound came out. The black-winged leopard's figure was directly smashed back by Daluman. The whole body bumped to the ground, the bones of the head deformed directly, and blood was vomiting in his mouth. Roar! But even so, the black-winged leopard still has a hideous face and is extremely vicious. The blood-red eyes seemed to have endless killing. However, the black-winged leopard had suffered heavy damage to the head of the Daluman, and was dying frequently, and could no longer survive. Leave the rest to me. Yang drew a dagger from the portable space, and walked towards the black-winged leopard. Spirit beasts also rely on the growth and evolution of heaven and earth aura. Over time, spiritual energy crystals will condense in the body, something called a spiritual pill. The spirit pill is divided into 10 attributes. With the same attribute, the evolution of the spirit pet that can be provided to the war spirit master contract. It is an important item in the evolution of battle pets. There are also people who try to refine the aura in the pill and take it for themselves. But the effect is not as great as used on the pet. Puff! Yang picked up the dagger and cut the black-winged leopard's body apart. After some searching, I got a wind attribute elixirs, luckily. The remaining fur and bones are of little use. After all, the black-winged leopard is too low. For the fur and bones of spirit beasts to be useful, forging weapons, etc., they must at least be at the full body level. The armor body is more beautiful. The fur and bones of mature spirit beasts are at most needed for daily life. It is meaningless to meet the needs of war spirits and forge weapons. Let's go. Collected the spirit pill, Yang stood up, took Pikachu and Daluman forward, looking for a stronger spirit beast. The deeper you go, the more uncomfortable you feel. Chapter 41, Sign into the mission and get the 3rd rank combat skill streamer step. Ding! Daily sign-in tasks are randomly released and opened. For more details. Ding! The new sign-in real-time random task has been released. Please sign in at the top of any mountain in the wild area for 10 minutes within 2 hours. Amount. Yang was slightly taken aback when he heard the system's task prompt. Unexpectedly, at this time, the sign-in task came. No wonder I didn't receive the task this morning. Yang suddenly realized why the system did not send a task this morning. The original sign-in task has been changed to be released randomly at any time. He immediately took Pikachu and Daluman to search for the mountain and complete the sign-in task. Skin. On the road, Pikachu was very active, running around. Daluman looked a little quieter, and kept following Yang's side. It's just that the road is destined to be uneven. During the period, they encountered 2 waves of spirit beast attacks, both of which were level 1 mature. However, in front of god-level bloodline Pikachu and Daluman, it is nothing. The 2 battle pets easily handled the spirit beast that was blocking the way. Then, Yang once again obtained spirit pills with different attributes. 1 Leiling pill, 1 Lightling pill. The level of the spirit pill is calculated from the mature body of the spirit beast. Only a mature spirit beast can condense a spirit pill. The level of the spirit pill that it condenses is the first order. Yang now has 3 first-order spirit pills in his hand. They are Fengling pill, Leiling pill, Lightling pill. Under the same attribute, the spirit pills can make the pets absorb stronger, and even the evolution needs to consume a lot of spirit pills. In this way, the strength of the pet can be quickly enhanced. Audiobook, especially when a pet has reached the barrier evolution stage, it is difficult to complete the evolution by training alone. At this time, the increase of the spirit pill is needed. From then on, it is enough to see the importance of spirit pills. Call, sign in. Bringing to the top of the mountain, Yang let out a long sigh, stood in the warm sunshine, and signed in. Ding, sign in begins, countdown, 10 minutes. Yang stood on the mountain peak, looking around the forest. A piece of green, very eye-catching. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded from somewhere in the jungle below the mountain. Yang's gaze followed the direction of the voice, and a cloud of smoke and dust rolled into the sky. Boom boom boom! Immediately afterwards, the sound of the explosion became denser. In the forest, there seems to be a battle going on. But Yang didn't go over immediately. He was on a sign-in task, so he couldn't run around. So I can only watch the smoke billowing from a distance, and the trees fall one by one. What's the situation? Yang was full of curiosity in his heart, waiting for 10 minutes, as if a long time had passed. The battle in the forest below had come to an end within 10 minutes. After another while, Yang heard the prompt sound of the God Level 10,000 Realms sign-in system. Ding! Congratulations to host Yang for signing in successfully. Get rewards, rank 3 combat skills, stream light step. As the system's prompt sound fell, a stream of information suddenly poured into Yang's brain. Everything about Lu Guangbu's knowledge and cultivation methods were incorporated into Yang's mind. Yang understood it all at once. Tried it on the top of the mountain, and learned initially. Pikachu, Delumen, let's go down and take a look. Immediately, Yang immediately took Pikachu and Delumen and ran in the direction where the sound had just been heard. Chapter 42, Power Type Warfare Bluehorn Mad Bull. Soon, Yang took his spiritual pet and came to the foot of the mountain. They ran directly in the direction they had just been fighting, and it didn't take long before they saw a badly injured person fall to the ground. On the opposite side of that person, it was a battle pet. Yang saw it at a glance, that it was a battle pet with a mature body of level 9 and a bloodline of level 7, a blue-horned mad cow. A powerful fighting spirit pet. However, at this moment, the blue-horned mad cow fell to the ground, a huge skeleton was opened on its body, and bright red blood was still flowing. The cow's eyes were also red, which looked terrifying. Upon seeing this scene, Yang's face suddenly sank. No matter how you look at it, this blue-horned mad cow doesn't look like a wild beast. Wild spirit beasts would never give people a feeling of being contracted. And this mad bull with blue horns had obviously been contracted. So in other words, this seriously injured and dying is a human being, who is the owner of this battle pet. What did they encounter? Yang had a doubt in his heart. It is certainly not ordinary things to be able to beat such a war spiritist and his battle pet like this. Be careful, there may be powerful spirit beasts around. Yang alertly reminded Pickup and Delumen. Then, he leaned in slowly. He came to the seriously injured man, who was already dying frequently at the moment. He saw Yang, and he kept talking about something. Hurry up, pass, notify the Federation, black. The severely injured man was struggling to speak, and his breathing gradually weakened. Even if Yang Dang wanted to use his aura to save this man, a cold killing intent flashed behind him. Call out! Suddenly, a breaking wind came. OZW.com. Immediately afterwards, a flying knife flew out from a jungle. Yang quickly turned around and tried to grab the flying knife. But as soon as he took the shot, he immediately drew back, and as soon as he was wearing his figure, he avoided the throwing knife. Boom! When the flying knife was inserted on a tree, he immediately saw black smoke coming out of the trunk of that tree, corroded by the toxin on the flying knife. Yang's brow furrowed, his eyes rolled, and he looked at the woods shot by the flying knife, his fists clenched. If he hadn't reacted, I'm afraid he would have died just now. What are you doing sneaky behind? Don't you dare to see people? Come out, you can't go! Yang shouted at the woods. He can now conclude that the person and the pet lying on the ground are not ferocious spirit beasts. Instead, humans. You guy who is looking for death, don't you know that meddling will have miserable consequences? As soon as Yang's words fell, behind a big tree in the jungle, a man with a black smiley mask walked out. Who are you? Do you have no face to meet people? Yang looked at the man in the black smiling mask and said coldly. Although curiosity killed the cat, he was to blame for running over to watch the excitement. But the person in front of him really wanted to kill him just now. Yang would never let this guy go. Although he is not a good person, he is not kind enough to take risks to save unrelated people. But if someone wants to kill himself, he cannot forgive him. Boy, I will make you regret coming here to watch the fun. The man in the black smiley mask smiled coldly, and a strange knot suddenly formed in his hand. Yang glanced intently, it was not the seal of summoning a battle pet. What is that? Chapter 43, The Art of All Evil, Conjurer. Curse, the seal of curse. Wow! The masked man whispered softly, and suddenly a black light shone out. The black light formed a very ancient pattern under the feet of Pikachu and Illumin. The black light radiating out, like a shadow, climbed onto Pikachu and Illumin. Pikachu, Dilo beast! Yang found something wrong, and hurriedly shouted, quickly leave that black circle. It's too late to leave now. Hearing Yang's words, the masked man smiled coldly, and the seal changed, strengthening the power of the curse. Wow! The black light burst out suddenly, making Yang invisible to everything around him for a short time. Kill your master! In the next second, the masked man began to give orders to Pikachu and Illumin. What he cast is a curse. It is a strange forbidden technique that has disappeared for many years. Thousands of years ago, when the war spirits were still developing and becoming stronger. There are also some alternative and powerful beings living on the planet. That is, the conjurer. Rely on spells to destroy enemies, or control creatures, humans, etc. But because the conjurer does all evil, he was judged to be an evil existence. The war spiritists of ancient times united and began to destroy the conjurers. It took hundreds of years to wipe out the powerful and cruel conjurer. However, because of that battle, the war spirits also suffered numerous deaths and injuries, almost extinct. Moreover, many people have been cursed, there is no way to relieve them, they can only choose to commit suicide. A powerful conjurer can do many incredible things. OZW.com is weird and terrifying, and is a natural enemy of war spirits. It's just that the conjurer in front of Yang. After displaying the spell again, he tried to control Pikachu and Illumin and slay Yang, but failed. Pick up! Master, are you okay? Pikachu jumped on Yang's shoulder, Illumin stood in front of Yang to protect Yang, and asked with concern. I'm fine, don't you feel something is wrong there? Yang looked at Pikachu and Illumin and asked. No, it just feels that the black thing just now is evil. Dilo said beastly. Pick up. Amount. Yang thought about it for a moment, and didn't understand what was going on. How is it possible? Why is there no response at all after being hit by my spell? At this moment, the masked man saw that Pet-Chapter-1-60 did not obey his orders at all, and said with a look of astonishment. When Yang heard this, his brows frowned slightly. Curse! Suddenly, some memories of spells poured in his head. Are you a conjurer? Yang looked at the black smiley masked man in front of him with cold eyes, and his killing intent appeared in an instant. Humph! It seems that he is a kid who has seen the world and knows the conjurer. Hearing Yang's words, the man in the black smiling mask suddenly sneered. Thousands of years ago, didn't the conjurers all be wiped out? Yang mobilized the aura in his body and looked at the black smiley masked man and said, "Spell is the art of all evil. You learn it without authorization and endanger others. What do you want to do? Are all those spirit pets that exploded out of control in the city by you?" Haha, it seems to work. The masked man laughed and said, "The conjurer will not be extinct." Chapter 44, Soul Contract, Spirit Beast Spirit Body. But, boy, your pet seems very special. Obviously, I have been hit by my spell, but there is no response at all. This makes me very curious. The masked man's eyes fell on Pet-Chapter-1-60, and there was a hint of greed in his eyes. I really want to take it back and study it carefully. Your spiritual pet will belong to me. Spell, undead. Streamer step. Just when the masked man wanted to cast a spell again, Yang's figure moved, and he displayed that somewhat jerky combat technique footwork, flowing light step. The whole person rushed towards the masked man at a speed several times faster than Zheng Jin. So fast! The masked man's brow furrowed, and the spell was interrupted by Yang, who suddenly shot. He drew back quickly, seemingly terrified of close combat. But Yang wanted to fight the masked man in close combat. Although Lu Guangbu is not familiar yet, Yang can barely display it. Coupled with the thunder fist he had learned, with a crit-like speed, he slammed a punch on the face of the masked man. A dull sound of bang. The masked people flew out directly, and the black smiling mask was directly smashed by Yang, revealing that ugly face. What? The next second, the masked man screamed in horror. He kept holding onto his cheeks that were obviously not like a human face, and the whole person seemed crazy. My mask! My mask! Picking up the mask fragments on the ground with both hands, they kept piecing together, like a mental illness. Yang looked at this ugly monster with a dumb look. Don't understand what this special is? It feels chilling. Tell me, where did you learn the ancient forbidden technique? Yang looked at the ugly monster and asked. OZW.com. You broke my mask, you saw my face, I want to kill you. The ugly monster roared, and a knot was formed with both hands again. As soon as Yang saw it, he immediately wanted to preemptively. But in the next instant, in front of the conjurer, a summoned rune formation suddenly expanded. Summon? You have also contracted a battle pet. Yang was surprised. According to the record, the conjurer chose the spell, and he should not be able to become a war spiritist. But this is indeed a summoning technique. Although, it's a bit different, the cold and evil is extreme. War pet? I don't like keeping pets. The conjurer snorted coldly, come out, war spirit, soul of the black wind leopard. Wow! As the conjurer's voice fell, another burst of black light came out. Immediately, the spirit body of a black wind leopard appeared in front of Yang. This. Yang was surprised. Even Pet-Chapter-1-60 were stunned. Isn't this black wind leopard spirit body the same black wind leopard that was killed by Dailuo beast before? Roar! The black wind leopard's spirit body let out an extremely cold roar. But there is no emotion. Soul contract? It really isn't a good thing. Looking at the spirit beast soul body that appeared, Yang suddenly understood what was going on. The intent to kill the conjurer in front of him was even more serious. Such a scourge, if it continues to exist, I am afraid it will cause great harm to the world. This is the black-winged leopard you killed before, remember. The conjurer looked at Ye Yang and sneered, although our conjurer cannot contract a living spirit pet, we can contract the spirit body of the battle pet after death, and you will die under the impact of its spirit body. Chapter 45, Kill the Conjurer and Obtain Fire Combat Skills. Black-winged panther spirit, eat their souls. Roar. The black-winged leopard spirit body received the order and rushed towards Ye Yang and his spirit pet directly. Its speed has directly increased several times compared to before. Ye Yang's face sank and he immediately faced him. He hit the black-winged leopard's spirit body with a punch. But the fist penetrated directly from the black-winged leopard's spirit body, and couldn't cause any harm to the black-winged leopard. On the contrary, Ye Yang felt his head dizzy and slightly uncomfortable. But fortunately, he has a god-level bloodline spirit pet, and a god of war cultivation body. The spirit body of this little mature spirit beast could not cause him harm. Pick up, pick up. The host. Pikachu and Illumin both felt a little discomfort and shouted. Haha, boy, don't waste your energy. The spirit body can prevent all physical attacks. Even if you have 1,000 catties, you can't hurt him. Seeing that Ye Yang's attack was invalid, the conjurer said with a smile, on the contrary, when the spirit body of the black-winged leopard attacks the soul will collapse and die. Black-winged panther spirit, come on. Roar. The soul of the black-winged leopard rushed towards Ye Yang again. Ye Yang thinks about the way to attack the soul. As a man who has read countless novels, he has any idea of breaking the sky in his mind. Soul, then ghost. Make ghosts, use talisman. But where did Ye Yang look for it now? He thought for a while, and suddenly shouted, Pikachu, 100,000 volts. Pick up, pick up. Pikachu Dinga. Ye Yang's words immediately jumped up and displayed his stunt, 100,000 volts. Zzz. The lightning flashed out suddenly, spurring on the soul of the black-winged leopard for a moment. Roar. The soul of the black-winged leopard was hit hard and let out a stern roar. Within 3 seconds, Pikachu's thunder and lightning, the direct electric smoke disappeared. Seeing his contracted spirit beast's soul body disappeared by the electric smoke, the conjurer's face suddenly condensed. Let the spirit beast get out of control, become ferocious, and refuse to let go of its soul when it dies. As expected, you conjurers are not good things. Ye Yang shouted angrily, Pikachu. Aura blessing, 100,000 volts, double the power. OZW.com Tsitsizi. What? In an instant, the curse master fell in front of Ye Yang and died. Ye Yang didn't have the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Such an evil person would not be sorry to die. However, he felt that this matter might not end there. The conjurer is definitely a terrifying existence. The reason why he was able to kill the conjurer in front of him was because the conjurer was too weak. The war spirits of the contract were all killed by Ye Yang's pet. Presumably, he himself couldn't get a powerful battle pet soul, nor could he contract. The spells played can affect. It's just a mortal pet within a mature body. Otherwise, just now Pikachu and Illumin were both incensed, but they were not affected. What could be the reason? Obviously the blood of the level, protecting them. Later, Ye Yang came to the ugly conjurer who was terminated. He rummaged and took a spiritual ring from the conjurer's hand. Spirit ring, it is something made with technology, aura, and special materials in the current era. Inside, there is space for storing things. The size of the space is determined according to the level of the spiritual ring. Spirit ring is divided into 1 to 9 levels. The higher the level, the greater the space. The price is naturally more expensive. It costs tens of thousands of yuan for a level 1 spiritual ring alone. This is not something ordinary people can afford. However, Ye Yang has space to carry around. The level 1 spirit ring of this conjurer is of little value to him. But what's inside is different. He directly erased the spiritual seal on the spiritual ring, and took out the contents one by one. Money, combat skills, the spell seal technique, and the precision map of Huayang City. There are some marked locations on it, what seems to be a big conspiracy. But Ye Yang didn't bother to think about it. He looked at the combat skills in his hand, the 4th rank. Fire attributes, Flame Fireball. I couldn't help but feel joyful, desperately wanting to practice. But he didn't have the fire attribute to add to his body, and he needed a whole fire attribute spirit pet to cultivate. To contract the 3rd spirit pet, one must reach the war spirit level. So he needs to cultivate harder. Let's go, it is not suitable to stay here for long. After taking all the useful things, Ye Yang immediately left here with Pikachu and Illumin. Chapter 46, What's the matter? I was fooled. He had to report this news to the Federation, otherwise all war spirits might suffer. However, there was one thing that made Ye Yang very puzzled. That is the soul body of the spirit beast. If the soul was placed 5,000 years ago, it would definitely be an illusory thing, no one had seen it. But souls and ghosts have always been familiar to everyone. Ye Yang just asked Pikachu to attack the soul of the black wind leopard with lightning. It is because of thunder and lightning, with the power of heaven, which can destroy ghosts. It was also at that moment that he realized that the pattern of this world is very huge. It's not Zheng Jin's earth anymore. Someone ahead. Suddenly, Ye Yang slowed down and proceeded cautiously. After what happened just now, he has become very alert now. Otherwise, it would be miserable if it was hit by the conjurer. The dead man and spiritual pet are the best proof. If it weren't for Ye Yang to go fast, I'm afraid that the soul of the blue-horned mad cow would be forcibly contracted by the conjurer. Mad, this wild area is so big, let's find a brat, how can we find it? Big brother, don't complain, Kuo Shao is paying a big price this time, asking for the spiritual pet from that kid. If we can get it, then we will get rich. Ahead, 5 war spirits, walking in the jungle, looking around, what seems to be looking for. Ye Yang slowed down and came all the way, and happened to meet them. However, both Pikachu and Illumin had returned to the special living space of the spirit pet. The 5 battle masters looked at Ye Yang, and they were slightly taken aback, with a look of surprise on their faces. Ye Yang had heard their conversation just now. OZW.com. That Kuo Shao, isn't it the son of Ye Yang who wanted to subdue Ye Yang as a younger brother at the Ling Pet store? Finally, he came up with a high price to buy Pikachu in Ye Yang's hands. He was taught a lesson in life by Ye Yang. The gazes of the 5 battle masters all fell on Ye Yang's body all at once, with changes in their eyebrows. Man, Yumwea saw a war spiritist with a yellow-skinned spirit pet in the wild forest. One of the 5 war spirit masters looked at Ye Yang and asked with a smile. Ye Yang looked calm and said solemnly, yes, they have gone to the depths of the wilderness. In that direction. Ye Yang pointed towards the forest. Chase. The eldest brother of the 5 war masters immediately gave a soft drink, took the 4 younger brothers, and ran in the direction of Ye Yang's fingers. Ye Yang smiled, watching the group of people being cheated by himself, and turned and walked outside. After an hour, when Ye Yang had returned to Huayang City, the 5 war spirits who wanted to find Ye Yang and rob Pikachu came to the depths of the wild area. Boss, we can't go inside anymore, otherwise we will not be able to beat a complete spirit beast. Mad, after chasing so far, and didn't see anyone, are we deceived by that kid? Huameizi, don't you think that kid is familiar? Remember who it is? The man called Huameizi took a mobile phone, and after a long time of jokes, he finally found out about Ye Yang. It's him, he is Ye Yang, and the kid we met just now is Ye Yang. What the hell? Several people looked at it together, and suddenly 10,000 heads of Cao Nima rushed past. What the hell, I was tricked, Cao. Chapter 47, Good Thing. Mad, this little bastard, dare to play tricks and deceive us, go back and find his turtle son to settle the account. The eldest brother who took the lead spoke a bit of native language and immediately turned back to the city to find Yang to settle the account. However, their way back was not very smooth, and they were attacked by waves of spirit beasts. When Yang returned to the city, he first reported to the Federation the situation outside the wild area and the conjurer in the form of a mysterious person. Afterwards, he went straight to the spirit pet bathing center with Pikachu and Illumin. It cost thousands of dollars to give Pikachu and Illumin a comfortable bath. Then, they took Pikachu and Illumin to lunch. During the meal, he set up a chat group. Inside were all those apprentices who wanted to learn martial arts from myself yesterday. Little master, how much is the tuition? Shall we transfer it to you? Little master, when will school start? Have you found a place? Little master. Seeing the questions of nearly 100 people in the group, Yang was speechless for a moment. He responded in a unified way, and then went online to find a martial arts venue. It's impossible to get to the center of the city. After all, the price is too expensive. So the place Yang was looking for could only be the border area of the city. That's it. After searching for a long time, Yang found an abandoned factory idle. There are still 3 months to be demolished, which is just enough to meet his needs. As soon as he finished eating, Yang drove over to check the status of the abandoned factory. Biancheng district of Huayang City. Hungfa Electronic Waste Factory. Master, wait a minute, I'll go back soon. When getting off the bus, Yang said to the taxi driver. Good Ellie. The driver replied happily, without the slightest displeasure. After all, this is a matter of running back and forth to make money. Yang walked into the abandoned Hungfa Electronics factory. For some reason, the door was open. And the seals were torn. OZW.com. He looked at the wide site, the building was still intact in all aspects, and could be used for martial arts training. The conditions are a little worse. But martial arts practitioners must bear hardships and stand hard work and not afraid of dirty. Yang felt that this place was suitable. What? Suddenly, within Yang's aura perception range, there were 2 auras of life. He followed the direction of perception, step by step. Soon came the inside of the abandoned factory. Devil, don't worry, why are you panicking after such a long time? Inside a factory building, a woman babbled. Isn't it a long time since I saw you? I miss you. Then, another man's voice came out. Yang suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong. I took a closer look, and suddenly I was CAO. Sure enough, as I thought, it turned out to be a man and a woman in love here. Fortunately, Yang didn't see anything at first. He smiled without saying a word, turned and left. Who? Suddenly, there was a shout in the workshop. Kong dang! Immediately, the gate of the factory building was opened by the man inside. Yang felt embarrassed for a while, looked back at the man, and said, I'm just passing by, you continue. After speaking, he turned his head and left. Stop! But as soon as Yang turned around, he heard the man shout, take out the phone. What are you doing? Yang turned around and asked. How do I know if you secretly photographed us? The man looked at Yang suspiciously. Yang was speechless for a moment, and said, what are you doing when I sneak a photo? I'm not a photographer, and you didn't do anything. Chapter 48, Find a door to grab a pet. Tell you to take your phone out, don't talk nonsense, I want to check it. The man didn't believe Yang, and roared angrily. Yang was ashamed, this act of guilty conscience was too exaggerated. No wonder so impatient. Sorry, you don't have this right. Yang looked straight and said, if you still want to be happy, you can go back and continue. I'm not interested in watching your performance. If you want to find something, then you have to think about the consequences. Hearing Ye Yang's words, the man clenched his fist and his temper exploded instantly. Walked towards Ye Yang in 3 or 2 steps, raised his fist and smashed towards Ye Yang fiercely, with a hint of aura. Boom! Ye Yang grabbed the man's fist with one hand and made a slight muffled noise. Do you think you are my opponent? As soon as the voice fell, the aura of Thunder Light's dual attributes floated out of Qin Yu's body. War Spiritist. The man was shocked, and his anger went down. Reiki with attributes. It is the special ability of war spirits. Because in this future world, although human beings can cultivate spiritual energy, but he couldn't master the power of that attribute alone, he could only cultivate pure aura. However, once the spirit pet is contracted, it can share attributes with it. Ye Yang contracted Pikachu and shared the thunder attributes. After contracting Diluo Beast, it shares light attributes. In other words, he can use the 2 attributes of Thunder Light at will. Do you want to continue? Ye Yang let go of the man's fist, and the man knelt on the ground, his feet weak in fright. OZW.com asshole, let me find you. Don't wait for the frightened man with weak feet to speak. At the gate of the abandoned factory, 5 war spirits entered aggressively. They all looked at Ye Yang with anger, wishing to slash Ye Yang 1,000 swords. Mad, dare to lie to us in the wild forest, boy, you are dead this time. Let's ran for nothing in the wild forest. We almost took our lives. Today we have to skin you. Ye Yang turned and looked at the 5 people. It was the 5 that he met in the jungle in the morning and were called by Wang Kuo to look for his war spiritist. Its purpose is obviously to want his own god-level spiritual pet. Oh, the reaction is over, it came fast enough. Ye Yang pursed his lips and said, it seems that Wang Kuo didn't give you less money. For me, all these efforts are coming here. When the 5 people heard this, Wen Shi was startled. Obviously, they were surprised. How could Ye Yang know that Wang Kuo had sent him and others? How do you know it is Kuo Shao? The leading male warrior Huzazi looked at Ye Yang and asked. Didn't you say it yourself in the woods? Ye Yang said amused. Bye. When several people heard it, their faces suddenly sank, and they couldn't help but burst into swear words. A man and a woman who were in love were so scared that they curled their necks and slipped away quietly. Ye Yang and the 5 war spirits were left to face each other. Ye Yang, if you are acquainted, hand over your spiritual pet, and we can still let you go. Otherwise, I call you parents today. According to your strength level, having a god-level spirit pet is killing you. Be smarter, break the contract by yourself, and let others go. Ye Yang smiled disdainfully when he heard the words, with a few clubs of you also want to seize the spirit pet from me? My mind was caught by the door. If you go to Nima, toast, and not eat fine wine, brothers, him. Chapter 49, Pet Duel. Summon a spirit pet, Frost Wolf. Summon a pet, Flying Bird. Summon a pet, Long-tailed Monkey. Summon a pet. Wow! The rays of summoning formations radiated out one after another. The 5 simultaneously performed ordinary summoning techniques, summoning their spirit pets together. All the common blood. 2 mature bodies. 4 growing bodies. If the strength of the lineup is judged from the number, it is several times that of Ye Yang. There are a total of 6 pets, 2 of which are mature ones, all of whom are the leader of the 5. He has 2 battle pets alone, and he seems to have the strength of a battle master. Go together, one wave will end him. The eldest brother who took the lead, Huzanan shouted, and the 6 spirit pets attacked Ye Yang together. At the same time, the 5 of them are also full of aura, ready to cut into the battle circle at any time. Ah! Ye Yang smiled contemptuously, can I win with more spiritual pets? God-level summoning technique. Come out, Pikachu! Dialogue Beast. Wow! The dazzling light covered the audience. The 5 people and their spiritual pets closed their eyes tightly at the same time. The brilliance of the god-level summoning technique is not a bit stronger than that of the ordinary summoning technique. In the next second, Pikachu and Illumin, 2 god-level spirit pets, appeared in front of several people. Illumin mature body level 1. Pikachu grows up to level 8. In terms of grade and quantity, it is obviously weak. OZW.com, but in the blood, it is completely rolling. In terms of comprehensive ability, God-level bloodline, leapfrog battle, nothing to say. 2. He is also a war master. Big brother, can it be done? We have never fought a God-level spirit pet before. Fear of a hare, what about a God-level spiritual pet? Huzanan said swearingly, there is only one God-level spirit pet. I still don't believe that his other spirit pet is also a God-level bloodline. Fuck him, take down his spiritual pet together, and go back to eat fragrant and spicy ones. Flying bird, sonic attack. Tweet. A sharp and piercing cry was suddenly emitted from the mouth of the growing body level 7 flying bird, forming a sound wave, which made the eardrums of the spirit pet feel painful. Without waiting for Ye Yang and his battle pet to take action, the 8th level long-tailed monkey grew close to Ye Yang with claws. At the same time, 2 other grown-up pets, the hedgehog mutant cat and an insect-type green praying mantis, attacked Pikachu and Illumin. Ye Yang smiled, a mere growth body war pet, want to hurt me too. Pikachu, Dilu, get them done in one wave. Pika Pikachu. Zizi. The powerful electric current of 100,000 volts made 2 battle pets in seconds. At the same time, Dialogue Beast Cat Punch also killed 2 battle pets. The 4 growing body pets were completely threatening to Ye Yang, Pikachu, and Dialogue Beast. That sonic attack is even more useless. God-level bloodline, automatically immune. God of War cultivation body, easy defense. How can this kind of existence be shaken by the 4 growing body pets? This. Looking at Ye Yang's 2 battle pets, they easily defeated their 4 battle pets. There are 5 scumbag men with horrified expressions. Brother, it's up to you. Huzanan's 4 men took their battle pets back, almost dying. Then he put all his hopes on Huzanan, and said, brother, avenge our pet, the 4 of us will go to deal with that stinky boy. Chapter 50, Combination of Pets. Huzanan stood beside a few people, his clenched fists trembled slightly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't believe that the pet that had been growing up was so strong. There is also the Nadai Lumen, a mature body of level 1, and its combat effectiveness is obviously stronger than his mature body battle pet. He is a little guilty. Suddenly I understood that the gap between bloodlines is beyond level. Maid, bastard, you forced me. Boom. At a certain moment, the scumbag man screamed, his heart was ruthless, and he kicked on the ground. Aura increase. The rich water aura and ice aura are blessed on 2 mature level 3 and 2 battle pets at the same time. They are the ice wolves of the beast type. And the water attribute ghost turtle. After the 2 spirit pets were boosted by Huzhanan's aura, their attack and speed directly skyrocketed. Aren't you going to deal with that kid, waiting to eat shit? Huzanan screamed, and the 4 men immediately rushed towards Ye Yang. They are all cultivators of war spirit masters at the warrior level. Ye Yang didn't take it seriously. On the contrary, Huzanan's 2 battle pets made him a little concerned. Aura increase. Boom. Ye Yang screamed, and instilled the spirit energy in his body to Pikachu and Illumin to make them more powerful. At the same time, he moved his body and slammed a punch at the 4 people who were coming. Boom bang bang. Ah! Suddenly, a dull sound came out. Huzhanan's 4 men were punched and kicked by Ye Yang, and they all flew out of the air. They fell heavily to the ground with bright red blood in their mouths. Once they met, they were defeated. OZW.com No way, the strength gap is too big. You are the only one left. If you have any tricks, let's do it quickly. Ye Yang looked at Hu Zhanan and said. Hu Zhanan's face was heavy, and he obviously didn't expect Ye Yang's personal strength to be so strong. Although both are war masters, if you let him deal with his 4 little brothers, it must be impossible to solve the opponent so quickly. As you wish. Hearing Ye Yang's words, Hu Zhanan no longer hesitated and did not retain his strength. After the aura increased, the strength of the Ice Wolf and the Phantom Ghost rose to a level. Ice Wolves, Ghost Turtles, Battle Pet Combos, 100 meters of ice. As Hu Zhanan's voice fell, the Phantom Turtle immediately spit out a column of water from its mouth. At the same time, a lot of cold air was condensing in the mouth of the Ice Wolf. Battle Pet Combo. Ye Yang was slightly surprised. This was not an ordinary move. It's the skill of 2 battle pets that cooperate with each other, able to achieve extraordinary results. Hu Zhanan's Phantom Turtle spraying water, coupled with the cold air of the Ice Wolf, seemed to be an excellent match. Streamer Step. Ye Yang immediately hugged Pikachu and Ilua Beast and flashed, avoiding the rushing water column. Once washed up by water, then what is about to usher in is ice. The Ice Wolf alone has limited ice seal, but with the water of the Phantom Turtle, it will naturally make the ice seal easier and wider. Good combo skills, but unfortunately, it's still a bit weaker. Ye Yang rushed to the stubborn man very quickly, with a contemptuous smile on his lips. Ben Lei Fist. In the next second, he squeezed his fist, accompanied by the aura of Thunder Spirit, lightning lingered on it, and slammed his fist at Hu Zhanan. Chapter 51, Human Pet Fusion Technology, Search for Scumbag Men and Other Personal Items. Hu Zhanan was shocked. Hastily urged the aura in the body and displayed his strongest combat skills, Bone-Broken Palm. Boom! Suddenly, the 2 of them slammed into each other with a fist and a palm, making a dull sound. What? Immediately, I heard the scream of Hu Zhanan. The whole person flew out directly, and his arm was broken by Ye Yang's punch. On his body, the thunder and lightning of Ben Lei Fist made white smoke burst out. Roar! At the same time, the Ice Wolf saw that his master was knocked out by Ye Yang. Angrily bite towards Ye Yang. Boom! However, as soon as he plunged into the air, he was knocked over by Delumen. The other Phantom Turtle was dealt with by Pikachu. Ye Yang and Pikachu and Delumen. A big win. This hand is even a lesson for you. Ye Yang walked up to Hu Zhanan and said condescendingly, Go back and tell Wang Kuo that if I dare to hit my spirit pet's attention, I will come to him personally. After that, Ye Yang searched all the good things from Hu's human and took them as his own. After all, he can't do it for nothing, right? Afterwards, he took Ye Yang out of the abandoned factory with Pikachu and Delumen in a happy mood. The seriously injured Hu Zhanan and others were left behind. If it is not because the entire city is within the detection range of the Federation, there are regulations that cannot kill people. Ye Yang really wanted to kill his mouth. After all, he suddenly realized, if the hotness of the god-level spirit pet spreads out, it will probably cause a lot of trouble to oneself. Even, life is in danger. Fortunately, when Ye Yang tested Pikachu that day, those people were stunned. No one took the video to leave evidence, and just said it with one mouth, not many people believed. OZW.com. Even if it is a data test, it can be faked and it is suspected. Hu Zhanan believed that it was purely because Wang Kuo fell in love with Ye Yang's Pikachu. Spending money for them to snatch, and follow Ye Yang all the way, the scene just now happened. Master, are you still there? Walking out of the gate of the abandoned factory, Ye Yang found that the taxi driver was still waiting for him outside. Aren't you asking me to wait for you? The taxi driver squeezed a stiff smile from his face, looked up and down Ye Yang's whole body, and said, Brother, are you all right? What can I do? Ye Yang smiled softly and said, "Let's go, I will give you 3 times the fare." "Good Ellie." When the driver heard that the fare was tripled, he immediately started the car and sent Ye Yang back. It wasn't that Ye Yang was so rich, but under this situation, the master didn't leave. It really surprised Ye Yang. "Give me some compensation. If I changed to another driver, I would have been scared to run away if I heard the fighting inside." On the way, Ye Yang was thinking about the skill combination of the battle pet. In this world, the cooperation between battle pets can form new skills. At the same time, new skills can be created between people and pets. They are as follows. Combination of battle pets, the most common battle pet coordination skills. Combination skills of battle pets, this is difficult, and skills need to be integrated between battle pets. Human pet fusion skills, which are higher level skills, require a strong tacit understanding and cooperation between pets and humans to create brand new skills. Power is also a very terrifying existence. However, Ye Yang still hasn't mastered these. But he was full of desire for it. Because he desperately wants to be strong. Only if you are strong can you be qualified to survive in this world. Your dream, my dream. Suddenly, Ye Yang's phone rang. Chapter 52, Big Gift from Beauties. He took out his cell phone and looked at an unfamiliar number. He couldn't help but wonder, who would call it? "Hello." Ye Yang answered the phone and said. "Hello, is it Mr. Ye Yang?" On the phone, a polite and kind man's voice came. "I am, who are you?" Ye Yang asked. "I'm the salesperson of the 5 store of Farley Supercar. Open, I have delivered your sports car, Mr. Ye, do you have time to sign for it now?" Self-proclaimed open sports car sales, said. "I didn't buy a car." Ye Yang replied subconsciously. Farley Supercars, hundreds of millions. How can he have money to buy such expensive sports cars? "Nima, I can't afford to support my pet, so I still buy a car?" "That's Mr. Ye, this car was given to you by a beautiful woman." The salesperson opened up and said, "He paid, and left your phone number and address, so we can send it to you." "What?" Hearing the open words, Ye Yang was taken aback. A beautiful woman gave herself a luxury supercar? Cao, are you so lucky? This is something you couldn't dream of before. Who is that person? Ye Yang asked curiously. "Sorry, Mr. Ye, the customer requested confidentiality. Please come to sign for the receipt outside the gate of the Gulf community." Opened. Ye Yang is speechless, how can he keep his car secret? "What do you want to do?" Soon, Ye Yang returned to the gate of the Bay Villa community. A big truck stopped opposite the gate of the community. On the truck of OZW.com, the fiery red brand new Farley Supercar looked unusually shiny. As soon as Ye Yang got out of the car, the open sale greeted him, "Hello, Mr. Ye, this is a contract. After signing the contract, this fairy supercar worth 20 million is yours." He hesitated for a while and glanced at the supercar that was branded like Ferrari in the old age, but more fashionable than Ferrari. "Say you don't like it, it is absolutely false. It's just that the gifts from strange women are so expensive that Ye Yang dare not accept them casually. If you don't tell me this person, the car is so expensive, I don't dare to accept it, you can pull it back, tell her, I take it if you want, and forget it." Ye Yang said lightly. "Mr. Ye, the customer will come to you on the initiative. You sign for it, otherwise I can't go back for business." Looking at Ye Yang with a bitter expression on his face, he said, "I have an old man at the top, and a low at the bottom. The whole family is counting on me to earn money to eat. If this order fails, I will not even have a job from now on. My wife." Stop. Seeing his open face complaining, Ye Yang was speechless in an instant. "Nima, just sell a car, as for? Anyway, he is also a person who works in a famous supercar Five's shop. Five's shop, a car sales shop that is more powerful than Four's shop. Mr. Yat, to be honest, I really envy you for being able to get such a beautiful beauty, and to shut up. Ya Yang finished signing and shouted coldly. This is special, it's so fast to change your face. Okay, this is the car key. Do you need me to remove it for you? Zhang Kai smiled respectfully. No need to. Ya Yang took the key in one hand, and then went to get off the car by himself. He can't wait to experience this supercar. The guard at the gate kept witnessing all this, his face was full of shock. Before, why did Ya Yang live without a car? This time, the entire supercar worth 20 million yuan. It's so proud. Chapter 53, Strengthen Battle Pet, Dialogue Beast gains new ability. Ya Yang quickly drove the Farley supercar, model Rafa, worth 20 million yuan from the truck. Then he greeted him politely and drove the truck away. Boom! Ya Yang stepped on the gas pedal, slammed it on the spot, and came to the gate of the Bay Area. The doorman hurriedly opened the door for Ya Yang, not daring to neglect in the slightest, and was more respectful to Ya Yang. Introducing supercars, a 3 million pure white Maruti sports car is oncoming. I'm CAO. Ferrari Rafa, so rich. The owner of Maruti saw the fire-red Rafa supercar on the opposite side and immediately drove his millions of cars aside to make way. They are all rich people who live in the Gulf Villa community. But the gap is a bit big. Ya Yang felt refreshed in his heart. This rich is a great pen. When driving a supercar on the road, some people give way. Subsequently, Ya Yang returned to his residence. The owner of Maruti immediately started to inquire about Ya Yang from the guard, and learned that Ya Yang lived in the Villa No. 1, Building A, worth 30 million yuan. If you have money, you may not be able to buy it, you need to have a certain identity, which expresses extreme shock. The Bay Area is the best wealthy villa area in Huayang City. If it goes further, it will be the Federation, or the high-level war spiritist living alone. Therefore, this place already represents the wealth status of Huayang City. However, Ya Yang didn't care about these. He stopped Rafa in the yard at will, and suddenly felt that he lacked an intelligent housekeeper to take care of the housework. Summon, Pikachu. Summon, Dialogue Beast. Inside the house, Ya Yang summoned his spiritual pet. Then, he gave a Thunder Spirit Pill and Light Spirit Pill to Pikachu and Illumin. OZW.com. You also need to become stronger, upgrade and evolve, try to swallow it. Ya Yang looked at Pikachu and Illumin and said. The two spirit pets nodded, and then took over the spirit pills with the same attributes as them. After looking at it, he threw it into his mouth and ate it. Boom! The power of the spirit pill burst into the bodies of Pikachu and Illumin. Their bodies automatically absorb the power of the spirit pill and gradually become stronger. But as a god-level bloodline spirit pet, the power required to level up is much greater than all bloodlines. Therefore, a spirit pill gives them a slight strengthening. However, Illumin was slightly surprised. After it swallowed the light spirit pill, its eyes were unusually bright, and it could emit a strange light. Ding! Congratulations to host Ya Yang for successfully strengthening his battle pet. Ding! Congratulations to the host Ya Yang Zhan for petting Illumin's second stunt, Cat's Eye Light. Cat's Eye Light, a ray of light flashes from the eyes, and those who look directly at recruits will be controlled to a certain extent. Duration depends on ability. This move, only effective against pets. Hearing the system's words, Ya Yang smiled suddenly. This is really a little surprise. He just said, it's impossible for Dialogue Beast to only be able to strike a cat. This second skill originally needed to be stronger before it could be activated. In this way, Ya Yang and his own battle pets have even stronger overall strength. Well, you guys go and play. After the spirit pet was strengthened, Ya Yang smiled, and Pikachu and Alumin went to play separately. Then Yang told the martial arts location in the group and collected the tuition by the way. 3,000 yuan per person, 1 month of teaching, 2 hours a day. Chapter 54, New Sign-In Mission, Drive a Ghost Car. In this wave of operations, Yang directly credited about 300,000 yuan. For ordinary people, this is definitely a huge wealth. But for Yang, the war spiritist who raised 2 god-level bloodline spirit pets, still too little. However, something is better than nothing. And it is not difficult to make money. Well, the class will be officially held at Hungfa Electronics Factory in the north of the city at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. After Yang received the money and sent the message, he registered the apprenticeship form and downloaded the love chat software. One afternoon, he didn't go out again, and he was silent in his cultivation. The next morning, as soon as Yang finished eating, the voice of the god-level 10,000 realms sign-in system sounded in his mind. Ding! The new sign-in task has been released. Please sign in at the Battle Spirit Professional Arena for 10 minutes within 48 hours. Hearing the system's mission information, Yang couldn't help but smile. Professional Arena for War Spirits. Where, he just wanted to see, hone his strength. But before that, he had to teach his students a lesson first. After all, you still have to teach after you have collected money. Boom! Going out, getting in the car, driving on the expensive supercar Farley, Yang went straight to the Hungfa Waste Electronics Factory. The dull engine sound blew up the whole street in an instant. The pedestrians on the side of the road looked sideways one after another, looking at the cool and luxurious supercar Yang drove, and couldn't help but feel excited. Boom! Yang stepped on the accelerator and accelerated. Soon, he left Huayang city center. Came to the border town area. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound came out. Laugh. OZW.com. Immediately afterwards, a harsh brake sounded. Yang drove the Philly Super to throw a big swing, and stopped sideways in front of a huge electric pile that had just fallen from the side of the road. CAO. He immediately exploded, opened the door of the car, and went on. If he hadn't reacted quickly and had good car skills, I'm afraid that he would have crashed into the electric pile that fell suddenly at this moment, and the car would have been destroyed. Chi-chi-chi. At the same time, there were bursts of rapid brakes from the rear. Boom! Also, some drivers did not react, and there was a rear-end collision. King Yao, how did you drive? Maid, what are you doing? Stop suddenly. Drive a ghost car. A group of drivers shouted angrily. Then all eyes fell on Yang next to the supercar, revealing a look of doubt. Yang glanced at the electric pile. It was completely brand new and there was nothing wrong with it. The bottom was plunged into the mud 2 meters deep. How could it suddenly fall down? He immediately walked towards the pothole of the plug-in pile to see what was going on. Suddenly, the potholes turned over and a spirit pet came out of the ground. Squeak, gee! The black hair, the pointed mouth, and the mouth full of sharp teeth made a tingling sound. Black mouse. Yang frowned, looking at the Ling Chong in front of him, and suddenly remembered yesterday's news. In the urban area, there have been many spirit pets that exploded, out of control, madness, into a state of madness, not observing the master's command, and harming the quartet. At this moment, this black mouse is a crazy spiritual pet. The eyes were blood red and full of killing, and the black winged leopard that Yang encountered in the wilderness was like a retreat. Conjurer. Yang knew the ins and outs in an instant. These spiritual pets must have been mad by the conjurer's spells. Chapter 55, Punch the Black Rat. Xiao He, Xiao He. At this moment, a man's shout came into Yang's ears. Immediately, the black mouse seemed to have received a huge stimulus, and it was very painful. He looked at Yang with blood-red eyes, and rushed towards Ye Yang directly with his hideous and sharp teeth. Ye Yang's face sank, his aura surged, his light step shifted, and the black mouse was instantly attracted to a place where there was no crowd. "I'm going to be a war spiritist. That little brother is so skillful, he seems to be dealing with the crazy spirit pet mentioned in the recent news. It turns out that the crazy spirit pet is doing the trick. I hope the Federation will solve this problem soon." Watching Ye Yang lead the crazy black mouse away, a group of drivers in the rear expressed their appreciation. "Xiao He, stop quickly and stop attacking." The owner of the black rat followed and shouted loudly. Ye Yang saw that man. His age was almost the same as himself, but he was only a warrior peak war spiritist. Its battle pet is only a level 8 growth body. Not a powerful war spiritist. But at the moment the black mouse was mad, the man couldn't help his pet. "It's useless if you call it now, it's already controlled." Ye Yang looked at the man and said with a serious expression, "If you want to save it, then defeat it." "No way, the little brunette is going crazy, I am not its opponent at all." Hearing Ye Yang's words, the man said with a wry smile, "Brother, can you help me? As long as you help me attract Xiao Hei's attention, I should be able to subdue it with my combat skills." Ye Yang is ashamed. "Do you still need the cooperation of two to fight a battle pet with a growth body of level 8? It's hilarious. OZW.com. In this case, let me help you settle it directly, and you can quickly take it to the Federation, otherwise there will be endless troubles." After speaking, Ye Yang squeezed his fist and looked at the black mouse that was rushing towards him. He didn't dodge in the slightest, obviously intending to be strong. "Brother, no, my little black is a growth body 8th level battle pet, and he is crazy enough to match a 1st level master of the battle division. You and him are going to die." Seeing Ye Yang's behavior, the owner of the black mouse immediately shouted loudly. However, Ye Yang did not take his words to heart at all. A mere 8th-level battle pet that can be abused easily. Aura instilled, gathered his fists, 30% of his strength, aimed at the head of the rushing black mouse, and smashed it with a punch. Boom! Suddenly, a huge muffled sound came out. Chiji! Immediately afterwards, I saw that the black rat was hit by Ye Yang and flew upside down, and it made a cry of pain. Boom! In the next second, the black-haired rat hit the ground heavily, and was completely beaten by Ye Yang and fainted. This! The owner of the black mouse was shocked suddenly, and was shocked by Ye Yang's sturdy punch. And he could feel that Ye Yang didn't give his full strength at all. He easily defeated his crazy battle pet black mouse. How strong is this? Take your battle pet and report to the Federation, or you will be in serious trouble. After getting the black mouse easily, Ye Yang looked at the black mouse's owner and said. The man recovered from his consternation and looked at Ye Yang with a shocked look. Okay, thank you brother, you are so awesome. Add a love number, and keep in touch later. Ye Yang ignored it and went back to the sports car, only to find a worse situation. Chapter 56, Exposed, Federal Thanks. Damn, how come there are so many out-of-control spirit pets? Seeing the 4 or 5 irrational pets appearing on the road, Ye Yang's brows suddenly frowned. One of them was actually a level 5 mature body, a fighting spirit pet with a fire attribute, and it could evolve into a fire dog that was a dog. The Agni dog is not big in size, but flames are burning all over his body, and he can spit out flames and burn it wantonly. Boom! Boom! What? The fire dog breathed flames and burned several vehicles, causing the vehicles to explode, causing casualties of ordinary people in an instant. Dry. Ye Yang looked at the situation, clenched his fists, and wanted to leave, but his conscience was a bit difficult. This. At this moment, the man who had just finished calling the Lianhe and Bang came over and was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Buzzing. Suddenly, there was the sound of a helicopter in the sky. Ye Yang looked up, and immediately saw a number of helicopters jumping off a few war spirits. They directly summoned the pet in midair, entered the battle, and cleaned up the out-of-control pet. Boom boom boom. The battle was fierce, and there were explosions. The war spiritists from the Union and the Confederacy directly attacked their out-of-control spirit favors and killed them. Yang and the previous man were very uncomfortable seeing this scene. Especially the man's emotions suddenly rose. No, I can't let them know that my black rat is also out of control. I will take my black rat to leave. After speaking, the man would take his pet and leave. But the favorites who have been spelled cannot be taken back by the contract. Even if he wanted to drag it away, it was too late. Puff. A war spiritist from a federation and a state directly killed the black rat, completely disregarding the man's mood. What are you doing? It's my spiritual pet. The man roared angrily at the war spirits of the Union and the state. It's dead a long time ago, said the Lien, the war spirit master. What? The man was surprised. Even Yang was touched by this sentence. OZW.com. He seems to understand something all at once. One by one, his gaze swept over the slain spirit pets, and it suddenly dawned on him. It turned out to be so. After understanding the truth, Yang inexplicably felt heartache for those war spirits. Hello, Yang. At this moment, a Lian Bang war spiritist captain came to Yang. I am the captain of the 87th unit of the Alliance and State War Spiritist, Yahi. Thank you for your help just now to solve the Black Rat. Thank you also for providing information to the Union State, allowing us to grasp important information. On behalf of the Union, I thank you, thank you. With that, Yahi gave Yang a solemn gift and thanks. Intelligence. Yang frowned. Did these people know that he was reporting the letter? However, it is not surprising that now that technology are so advanced, it is still very simple for the Union to check a person. Well, we checked the scene as you said, just as you said. Yahi nodded and said, you have helped us, the Union State. The Union State will thank you very much. At the same time, I invite you to join the Union State. I don't have this idea for the time being. Can this matter be kept secret for me? Yang thought for a while and said. Of course, it must be kept secret. The Union will not let you fall into crisis. Yahi smiled, then are you free now? We want to see you. I'm not free now, next time. Yang said. Okay, we will come again when you are free. If you avenge our companions, the Union will repay you. Yahi didn't entangle too much. After a lot of thanks, he cleaned up the scene and happily took people away. Yang was very helpless. It was really hard to keep a low profile. I'm afraid the Union will try its best to win over themselves, right? Haha. Subsequently, Yang drove away in a sports car and went straight to the abandoned factory. He didn't understand until just now. The terrible thing about the conjurer. From the moment of the spell, those spirit pets died. Go crazy, just walking dead. The soul body is secretly controlled by the conjurer to drive the physical body into action. Behind this, everything is done by the conjurer. Chapter 57, Yang's childhood was proud of the world. And the reason why he rejected the Union. It was because he felt that the conjurer was most likely to come to the Federation. The Federation obviously knows all this. Among them, there are so many secret stories hidden that no one knows. Yang didn't want to be caught in this torrent of vortex. The Federation can benefit him. But while receiving the benefits, he must also serve the Federation. This is not Yang's ambition. His goal is to be strong. Fight for yourself, advance and retreat together with your partners, and look down upon the world. Enjoy the life of his childhood fantasy, bring Pikachu, Diluc Beast, and more of his favorite 10,000 worlds baby pets to fight together. Boom! Yang galloped all the way and soon came to the abandoned factory. Hundreds of students have already arrived. When they saw the fiery red supercar, they were shocked. I'm going to Ferrari, what a cool sports car. Wow! So the little master is so rich? Is it the rich second generation? Handsome, it would be nice if I could play friends with the little master. The students looked at Qin Yu enviously, and the girls were even more admired. Ahem! Ya Yang coughed awkwardly and said, "Go in, report the number, and start teaching you martial arts." Yes. When everyone heard it, they immediately went in and lined up the line. Although the venue is simple and dirty, they don't mind. Martial arts practitioners should not be afraid of hardship and dirty. Many of you can't practice Reiki. Today we will take a theoretical class in basic growth martial arts. Ya Yang looked at his apprentice, then he came. Naturally he made some preparations. OZW.com he told these people conscientiously that many martial arts gyms are pits. It can't teach them many real things at all, and the natural body, waste body, cannot refine chi and has no solution. Don't be fooled. Theory plus psychology an hour. The latter hour is to teach martial arts. Ya Yang's live demonstration caused the students to scream and be obsessed, so he almost rushed forward. Several classmates over there, don't make short videos like funny sounds, or I will fire you. After hitting a set of punches, Ya Yang turned around and saw many people slap himself, and said solemnly, "Sorry teacher, I deleted it now, you are so handsome." Several people immediately deleted the video and then studied seriously. The 2-hour course was quickly over. It's all dry goods, and it's more useful than studying in the martial arts gym for half a month. Let's stop here today, go home separately, tomorrow will be this time. At the end of the course, Ya Yang said loudly. "Okay, thank you little master." Everyone responded in unison, very happy. The little master teaches really well, it's all useful things. Yet, it's much more reliable than the martial arts hall. The martial arts hall is a liar. Be sure to cherish this month's time and learn from the little master. After taking the course, everyone expressed their satisfaction with Ya Yang's teaching. They walked out of the abandoned factory together, and then drove their cars. They were all rich people, ready to leave. Boom! Laugh! At this moment, black commercial vehicles stopped in front of them. Dozens of men in uniform walked out of the van. The leader was a bald man, not big. But it was very arrogant, and he looked at Ya Yang and the others and said, "Who allowed you to requisition this place? Has my double sword gang agreed?" Chapter 58, Come on, you guys go together. This abandoned factory is under the jurisdiction of our double knife gang. Have you paid for it? I dare to use it without authorization. A group of people looked at Ya Yang and others menacingly. That fierce look is typical of ruthless people who are walking around in society. Ya Yang's apprentices were all shocked by the scene in front of them. I have bad luck in my heart. How come I will meet bad guys looking for trouble? Who is in charge? The bald man swept across Ya Yang and the others, and asked coldly. Ya Yang was not afraid, and stepped forward. You. The bald man and the others condensed their eyes, and all fell on Ya Yang's body. Boy, are you kidding me? Only you are the person in charge? You just pull one out from behind, and the age is older than you. Why are you in charge? They laughed ironically, obviously not believing that Ya Yang was the leader among the 100 people. This place was also chosen by Ya Yang himself. Why? Ya Yang smiled contemptuously, clenched his fist, an aura poured out of his body. Boom! The strength of the battle division level is revealed. Is this enough? Ya Yang looked at the bald man and the others and asked. War Master. The bald man was shocked, obviously he didn't expect that Ya Yang turned out to be a master of combat division. This is totally inconsistent with Ya Yang's age performance. This talent is a bit outrageous. Who are you? The bald man's tone became softer, and he looked at Ye Yang and asked. OZW.com. Master-level masters are not enough to make them afraid. But it's different for a fighter level of this age. Maybe it was the genius disciple of that big family, who would be lost if he provokes him. Who I am has nothing to do with you, and this place has nothing to do with your double knife gang. Ye Yang looked at the bald man and said, the Federation restricts the development of gangs, do you want to collect protection fees? Boy, don't use the Federation to press me down. We are responsible for this area. Hearing this, the bald man shouted uncomfortably, if you want to use this land, you need to pay the fee first. I will collect it on time every day, 1,000 yuan a day. Pay today's expenses first. Hearing the words of the bald man, Ye Yang smiled disdainfully, this is just playing domineering with me. Then you guys have a try and see if you can take this 1,000 yuan from me. When the bald man heard this, he became angry. Fuck, are you looking for death? Do you know the power of our swordsman gang in this area? Don't think that you are a war master and dare not fight you. Our boss is a famous war spiritist. Beating you is a matter of minutes. As the bald man's voice fell, the brothers behind him all pulled out the steel pipe, ready to beat Ye Yang. Obviously, it is a group of domineering forces. But Ye Yang was not afraid. These scums exist in every era, and they are all very badly beaten. You stand back and wait until I get them done. Ye Yang turned his head and said to his students, his eyes fell on the bald man and the others again. Come on, you go together, don't waste my time. Ye Yang said lightly. Cao, arrogant boy, you must be killed today. Beat him. Hearing Ye Yang's provocative words, a group of people suddenly became angry, holding the steel pipe and rushing towards Ye Yang. Ye Yang curled his mouth and said disdainfully, a group of ants. Boom bang bang. In the next second, he waved his fists and feet, and the group of bullies that beat him screamed again and again. Chapter 59, Beat the Bully, the little master is so powerful. Ye Yang shot 5 or 6 bullies right away. To him, this group of ordinary martial arts bullies is simply rubbish. The bald man looked at this scene with a dead face. Call someone, today Lao Tzu, no matter who he is going to beat this little bastard. The bald man was completely angry. No matter who Ye Yang is? Is there any background, what kind of genius? Just do it. It is good. The little brother on the side nodded and immediately took out his cell phone to make a call. Boom. What? At the same time, Ye Yang kicked a man away and hit the caller. The two fell to the ground together, making a cry of pain. Cao. The bald man became even more angry when he saw this scene. A bunch of trash. He yelled aloud, mobilized his aura, and went personally to clean up Ye Yang. With a boom, the same battle master level aura poured out of the bald man. But he is just a pure chi refiner, not a war spiritist. Crazy boy, give me a punch. The bald man yelled and slammed Ye Yang with a punch with aura. Ye Yang turned his head and sneered at the corner of his mouth, quickly punched out, and the younger brother rushing up next to him was done. The next second, with one hand, he caught the bald man's fist. Crack! Immediately afterwards, Ye Yang held the bald man's hand and twisted slightly, and a sound of broken bones came out. What? When, the bald man let out a scream. The whole person knelt in front of Ye Yang in pain. The little master is amazing. These people will be leveled in 2 or 2 strokes, and it feels like he has no power at all. OZW.com. I like little master more and more. In the back, Ye Yang's apprentices. Witnessing Ye Yang's strength once again, besides admiration, his face is admiration. When I was in the society, didn't you know where it was? Ye Yang grabbed the broken wrist of the bald man, and said coldly, true age, it's enough to be your grandfather's grandfather. Fuck off. Boom. After speaking, Yang kicked the bald man upside down and flew 50 meters away. Mad, the people you meet always scream one by one. In terms of age, Yang is 5,000 years older than them. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are the ancestors of humans in this world. After all, he was a human being from 5,000 years ago. It's really not big or small. Okay, let's go. Tomorrow we will change the time to the afternoon and avoid it to avoid trouble. Easily solve this group of bullies, Yang turned around and said to his apprentice. Okay, little master. Everyone nodded, and then drove away gradually. Yang didn't stop, and fired on the red Ferrari Rafa and drove toward the center of the city. He first took Pikachu and Illumin to dinner. These two little guys have become more delicious after eating food that is used to humans. Now every meal is served with milk tea. Expenses have gradually skyrocketed. Maid, have to make money quickly. After lunch, Yang couldn't help but vomit. Immediately, with Pikachu and Illumin, drove towards the professional arena of war spirits in Huayang City. Ready to really see the world. At the same time, the sign-in task is completed. He desperately wants to become stronger and become a war spirit, contracting the third spirit pet. Only war spirits who reach the level of war spirits are eligible to be admitted to North China War Spirits University. Chapter 60, Promote to the 7th level of the War Division, War Spirits Arena. Huayang City. Linlangdian War Spirits Arena. Yang drove a fiery red Monarafa supercar, a beautiful and elegant, stopped at the gate of the arena. Laugh. The sharp brake sound immediately attracted everyone around him to look at him. I rub. Ferrari Rafa. Who is so rich? This is our first Ferrari Rafa in Huayang City, right? Everyone looked at the luxurious supercar parked at the gate of the arena with astonishment, full of envy. The next second, Yang opened the door and walked out of the car. Under the gaze of many people, he walked into the Linlangdian Battle Master Arena. Fight. Go on. Linlangdian Battle Master Arena. It is a professional arena stage. Here, in addition to competition, it is competition. Specialization, the highest scale. As long as you are a war spiritist, you want to come here to hone it. Boom. Boom. In the arena, fierce battles kept making muffled noises. Yang walked in and looked at the wide indoor field, thousands of acres of battlefield. Differentiation, the two arenas of war divisions and war spirits. Match by level, bring your own battle pet, and fight together on stage. In the center, there is an arena for battle. One side defends, all players attack. It is the place where the fighting is the most intense and the money flows the most. However, the offensive battle is a mixed PK of the battle division level, the battle spirit level, and the battle spirit division. Yang is currently at the 6th level of the battle division. Therefore, he still chose the division arena. Registration, division of the division, 20,000 yuan. Yang came to the registration counter and said directly. Please perform a level test. OZW.com. At the counter, a beautiful woman looked at Yang and said. Immediately, Yang put one hand into the aura level tester on the counter to run the aura. At the same time, the virtual light screen computer in front of the counter showed a soaring combat power value and a change in level. War Master, level 6. The 4 characters appeared on the virtual light screen computer. How old are you? Seeing Yang's level, the beauty asked with horror. 16 years old, is there a problem? Yang said. Hiss. Hearing Yang's age, the beauty suddenly took a breath. 16-year-old war division. With this talent, Huayang City definitely couldn't find a second one. This is your game card. After victory, you can choose to fight, and you can last up to 3 games. The beauty took out a numbered sign and handed it to Yang, and said. Thank you. Yang took the battle card and then walked into the battle division arena. At this moment, several arena are fighting. He is the number 1 ring, waiting to be announced to play. Taking advantage of this time, Yang didn't want to waste it either. Sit cross-legged and practice quietly. After all, time is short, he has a lot of things in a day, and he is approaching the college entrance examination. Boom! As Yang sat down, the cultivation seal was formed. The spiritual energy around him crazily entered his body. He was originally the pinnacle of the 6th level of the battle division. This practice directly touched the threshold of breakthrough. Cao, are you practicing here? It looks like it is about to break through and advance, such a young war master? That genius! Many war spiritists around saw Yang sitting there cultivating, and their expressions were shocked. Not long after, they watched Yang successfully advance. Ding! Congratulations to host Yang, for successfully breaking through, Battle Master Level 7.